Hey everybody, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school. Alright everybody, we've got a heck of a stream planned out for you today. We've got 3 different activities we're going to be participating in, and as per usual. And the first one is going to be our education segment, and that's going to be HackerFrogs after school. This is a little program that I do where I try to teach people about cybersecurity concepts at a beginner level. And now we've come to our cryptography section. So this is going to be a little cryptography course. I think it's going to run for about 2 weeks or so. And this is the first session in the cryptography course. That's the first thing we're going to be doing in today's stream. For the second activity we're going to be doing for today's stream, we're going to be doing a little Windows hacking demonstration, and that's going to be over at the Hacker Labs platform over here. This is a Spanish language hacking platform, but we get around it because we're hackers and we try to get around any problems we come across. So language is one of those problems that we might have to get around sometimes, but luckily we have great tools like Google Translate for us to get around any language barriers. Okay, so this is going to be the potato salad challenge from the Hackers Labs. In Spanish, it is Ensalas Papas. I hope I am pronouncing that correctly. If I'm not, then people are going to tell me in the chat, probably. Anyways, that's going to be the second challenge for today. And for the third piece of content for today, what we're going to do is we're going to challenge another CTF over at the Hackers Labs, and this is going to be an Active Directory challenge. Cybernerd Dante says, "What's up, Cybernerd Dante? Nice to see you here, and nice seeing you in GoPro's chat earlier today." So this is going to be this challenge we're going to be doing is going to be a Windows Active Directory challenge, and it's listed as a intermediate level challenge. Let me pull it up, and I think this one is called Pacharan, which apparently is some sort of Spanish liquor. I'm not too sure what they made it. I think it's like a liquor made out of berries or something. Wow, this is going a bit slow. Nope. Okay, Pacharan. Let me take a look. This is an intermediate level challenge, and this is going to cover some Active Directory stuff. So we've never seen this challenge before. So this might present a bit, this might be a bit difficult for us, but we've been doing lots of Active Directory stuff over the past couple weeks, and let's see if we can use our Active Directory skills to get past this box as well. So that's going to be a couple of hours from now, but and it's going to be the third activity that we do. So let's go ahead and do the first activity, and the first activity is going to be HackerFrogs after school. Wait, where is it? Over here. HackerFrogs after school, and this is the cryptography course. We're going to be doing encoding with CryptoHack.org. All right, so everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to, if you don't have an account over at the CryptoHack.org website, It is a great platform for learning about cryptography. And if you're interested in doing that, you might as well sign up for that website because it's free. So HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This workshop is the first lesson for cryptography. In this first lesson, we'll be easing into simple cryptographic concepts through learning about encoding. All right, so everybody, what is encoding? So encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. So here we've got the characters for the word hello in ASCII encoding. So we've got the character itself, and then we also have the binary representation of that character in ASCII encoding. So for example, before the word hello can appear on a computer screen, it needs to be encoded into ASCII characters from the binary numbers that computers use. So of course, we all know that computers only speak in terms of ones and zeros, but if you string along enough of those ones and zeros and then you apply some sort of system to it, then you can do encoding. Although encoding transforms data from one form to another, it is not considered cryptography, because the purpose of encoding isn't to keep data secret. So the difference between encoding and encryption is that encoding is transforming data, and it is a system that people are supposed to know about, and encryption is transforming information with the purpose of keeping the information secret away from other parties. So it's so the difference between encoding and encryption is the motivation and the intention of the people doing the act. So nonetheless, encoding is a good introduction to cryptography because it introduces us to transforming data according to different systems and rules. So we're going to be learning encoding basics by working through the intro course on the CryptoHack platform, which is a great free platform for learning cryptography concepts. So if you don't already have an account there, you can sign up at the following link. So that's going to be cryptohack.org/register. So let me go ahead and supply that link. Just a second. I just want this thing. Okay. So everybody, I will provide the link to everybody in chat. And everybody, when you register over here, it's going to tell you that Rodin1 says, Azza, what's up? Backwards? Thank you very much. That's a form of encryption. No, maybe. Anyways, when you try to sign up over here, it's going to ask you to solve this Roman emperor's cipher, and they have a bunch of letters over here. So just in case you get stuck, I'll walk you through how to translate this into the forward solution here. So you're going to have to solve this in order to sign up for the CryptoHack website. All you need to do is copy the entire string over here, and your string is going to be different from the string over here. It's random. What you need to do is you need to go over to a website like Caesar. So this is an example of the Caesar cipher. And you can encode using the Caesar cipher by going over to a website like Crypty over here. And let's supply a link to that as well. So there's a link to the Crypty website. And if you wanted to translate, where are we here? Okay. If you wanted to translate this message, you would go over to the Crypty website for Caesar cipher. You would paste this in as either the plain text or the ciphertext. It really doesn't matter in the case of Caesar cipher. And then you would start playing around with this shift number. So there's the minus and the plus buttons over here. Go ahead and play around with the value over there until you see some words appear in the ciphertext portion of the window. Okay, so we don't see anything so far, but eventually you're going to see 4 English words over here. So tongue, harbor, amateur, neither. Okay, so this is the answer for the registration. I don't know why they made registration so complicated, but that's how you do it. and then you go over back to the CryptoHack website, and then you put in your forward solution and along with your registration information, and then you can click on submit and create your account. Okay, so if anybody is following along, Ronan1 says, what is the link for the room in CryptoHack? So the link for the room in CryptoHack, let me get that for you. I think it's going to be Encoding 1. Actually, no, we should probably go over to the intro section. Just a second. It should be over here. Okay, so here, so this is the link that you want to go to afterwards. But if you haven't registered yet, this is the link for registration. Hold on. This is the link for registration. Okay. Oh, you already have an account. Okay, so if you already have an account, then you can go straight to the course details page over here. So that would be the first link. So I'll just paste it into chat one more time. There you go. Okay, so so this is CryptoHack, and let's read a little bit about the course before we get started. So this starter course gets you up and running with CryptoHack. You'll learn how to encode and decode data types that are commonly used in cryptography. You'll get comfortable with the XOR operation, which is at the center of symmetric cryptography. And finally, the course ends with some fun XOR puzzles to test what you've learned. CryptoHack is free to play and browse if you need help or want to find more information about the site, etc., etc. So what I want you to do is, after you've arrived on this page, I want you to click on the Start Course link over here. So that's going to lead you to this web page over here. And this is the first challenge for CryptoHack. So it says this challenge is called Finding Flags. So each challenge is designed to help introduce you to a new piece of cryptography. Solving a challenge will require you to find a flag. These flags will be usually in the format crypto. This is the flag prefix, and then between the curly braces is the actual flag contents. So inside the curly braces it says your first flag, and the flag format helps you verify that you found the correct solution. Submitting this flag into the form below will solve the first challenge. So all you need to do is you just need to copy this, and then you need to paste it into the flag submission field. I don't get to see the flag submission field because I've already solved the challenge, but there's going to be, if you haven't solved the challenge, there's going to be a submission field right about here, and you can paste the solution into there, the flag, and then click on submit. And after that, you're going to be able to access the next challenge. So the next challenge is the Great Snakes Challenge. So to do these CryptoHack challenges, most of the time we're going to need to write some sort of Python script. If you don't know how to write Python, then it's not that big of a problem. We'll try to walk you through the Python script that the code that's going to solve the problems. And when we can, we'll try to highlight a method of solving the challenge without using Python as well. So this is the Great Snakes Challenge. Modern cryptography involves code, and code involves coding. CryptoHack provides a good opportunity to sharpen your skills. So of all modern programming languages, Python 3 stands out as ideal for quickly writing cryptographic scripts and attacks. For more information about why we think Python is great, see the FAQ. So run the attached Python script and it will output your flag. And they've got a link to the Python script in question. And then you should be able to get the flag from the script and then solve the challenge. So this is the link for the page we're looking at right now. And I'm going to download the Python script over here. So after you've downloaded the Python script, you should be able to see it in your downloads folder. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look inside of my terminal. So in the terminal, I'm going to go over to the downloads directory, and I've got my Great Snakes Python file over here. So I'm just going to read that file. And what we're going to do is we can either run the file or we can run the Python code in online Python interpreter. So we can find, these are pretty easy to find. So if you just search up Python online, for example, and we've got onlinepython.com. So that's an online Python IDE, editor, compiler, etc. So we can just move over to this website. And if you're wondering what website we're looking at this one right here. So what we can do when we arrive on the page is we can get rid of the code that's already there. And then we can copy the code from the Python file. And then we can paste it into the online Python website here. So I'm just going to paste this in, and we can click on the run button afterwards. So, but before we run this and get the answer, let's take a look at the Python code and get an idea of what it's doing here. So first of all, it's designating itself as a Python 3 file with this on line number 1. So on line number 3, we're importing a certain module, which is the sys module for system. And over here on line number 6, it's running a little if statement. So if we're running this on Python 2, then it's going to print, you're running Python 2, which is no longer supported. Please update to Python 3. And then on line 9, it has a list of numbers. So these are just numbers, but the variable is called ords. So ords in certain Python functions means the decimal representation of ASCII characters. So basically, we have a bunch of ASCII characters that are in number form, and it's going to print, here's your flag on line number 11, and then on line number 12, it's going to join all of the numbers in the ords list over here, and it's going to translate them into ASCII form and then print out each one of these characters, and that's going to be the flag. So let's go ahead and run the script. So it says, here's your flag, crypto, Zen of Python. So to complete the challenge, all we need to do is, I guess, can we highlight this? It looks like we can't highlight this. We can copy it. We can copy this to the clipboard, but we can't copy directly from here. That's a bit of a pain in the butt. Anyways, let's go back to the CryptoHack page here. And inside the challenge, we probably want to paste in the flag and then complete the challenge. So let me go over to my terminal over here. So the flag is this, but we don't want all this. We only want the flag. So this is our flag right here. Just in case you can't get it, I'm going to paste in the flag. Yes, thank you very much, Ronin1. That's the flag right there. Submit it, and then you'll finish the challenge. Okay, and then after you finish the challenge, we're going to go over to the next challenge. And the next challenge is where we actually start talking about some encoding systems. So this is the link that we're currently on right now. And before we start talking about ASCII over here, let's do a little bit of an explanation of what we're talking about over at our presentation over here. So Okay, I guess we need to go back here. All right. So we're talking about ASCII encoding. So the first system of encoding that we're going to look at is ASCII. So ASCII stands for American System of Computing something something. Hold on, let me look that up real quick. So we're going to go to our favorite site, Wikipedia, and then we're going to look up the meaning of the word ASCII. So ASCII is the American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Okay, so it's a character encoding standard for electronic communication, and ASCII codes represent text in computers, telecommunication equipment, and other devices. Okay, so this is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. So we've got the letter H in ASCII encoding. So this is ASCII letter H. It would be represented as either binary, this number in binary, or as hexadecimal digit 68, or decimal number 104. Valenhex says American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There are always some smart people in chat who have the information that I'm looking for. But welcome to the chat, Valenhex. And why don't we do a quick hack the planet, because that is what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so ASCII can take its input in different numerical formats, such as binary, which is base 2 numbers, hexadecimal, which is base 16 numbers, and decimal, which is base 10 numbers, or what some people call normal numbers. So here we've got the original ASCII characters. The original ASCII characters are a list of 128 different characters, and they can each be represented in binary, decimal, or hexadecimal forms, like you see on this table over here. So it might be a little bit difficult to see this table over here. Let me see if I can find a better version of that table. ASCII table. Okay, so you can take a look at the ASCII characters if you like over at this website right here. So let's learn ASCII with CryptoHack. So we're going to be learning more about ASCII by working through a challenge over on CryptoHack, and we're going to navigate to the following URL. So let me get the URL for everybody over here. Okay, so ASCII is a 7-bit encoding standard which allows the representation of text using the integers 0 to 127. So using below integer array, convert the numbers to their corresponding ASCII characters to obtain a flag. So it looks like we have a number of decimal digits. So I suspect that these are decimal digits and not hexadecimal digits, just by the fact that we see a lot of 3-digit numbers over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn this list into some ASCII characters. But before we can do that, they've got this little hint for us. And it says, in Python, the CHR function can be used to convert an ASCII ordinal number to a character, and the ORD function does the opposite. So the CHR function turns decimal numbers into ASCII characters. So we're going to solve this challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to grab this list of numbers, and we can actually just go to our online Python site over here and solve it in here. It's a little bit more convenient than using Python in another place. So basically, in the py.main window, main.py window rather, we've got our we actually don't need this here because we're always coding in Python on this website. We can just paste in this list of numbers, and we're gonna, let's call this, we're gonna need to name this variable. Let's name the variable ord list. Okay, so ord list is going to equal the list of numbers over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a little Python script. So the Python script, well, okay, we're already doing a Python script. So we've got our ord list here. What we're going to do is, so for I in ord list, we're going to do something. So for each character in the ord list, we're going to print out the the ASCII equivalent of this number, and it's going to be the CHR function. We're going to print, actually wait, we could do print the character function for I, and this is going to make a pretty messy looking list, I think. So if we just click run for this, oh, line 5, unexpected UF when parsing. Okay, what did I do wrong? So for I in ord list, print CHR, CHR I. Use convert an ASCII ordinal number to a character. Let me take a look at my notes. Capture Flags Not Fields says, evening nerds, evening Capture Flags Not Fields. Nice to see you here. And we're just trying to figure out how to print some ASCII characters. So where were we? Okay, so for I in ord list, print, oh wait, okay, I needed this. Sometimes if you don't use the right number of parentheses, you don't get to hack. Okay, so here we've got a list. We've got the flag over here. The problem is that it doesn't look very nice. What we're going to do is we should probably set up a little list over here. So a string. The string is going to be flag string, and we're going to set it to an empty string. And actually, hold on. We need to initialize the flag string outside. Flag string equals empty string, and for I in ord list, we're going to flag string equals okay. So for each character in this list over here, we're going to add that character to the flag string over here, and then I think after that we'll break out of the for loop, and then we're going to print flag string. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Okay. We've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so while the ads are running on Twitch, we'll also run an ad on YouTube, just so we don't have random ads showing up on YouTube. So everybody on YouTube, ads in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little drink, and in the meantime, you guys can watch some birds. How about this? How about these birds? So, as usual, I'd like to point out that that these birds they gather up all the peanuts in their mouth, and then they run off. They fly somewhere, and then they try to hide the peanuts somewhere, so that they can come and get them later. But the problem is sometimes the birds' mouths are so full of peanuts that they can't get any more peanuts. Anyways, let's put the birds away, and let's continue our lesson. So I haven't done Python programming in a while, so that's why I'm a little rusty here. Okay, so we're going to add each one of these characters to the flag string. We're going to change them from numbers into their ASCII character equivalents, and then let's print the flag at the end. So we're going to run this script, and it's going to print out the flag just like that. Just in case anybody was wondering what the code looks like, I'll just paste the code into the chat. Hopefully it looks okay and it doesn't get totally mangled up by being pasted in the chat. But what we can do is we can grab our flag over here, and then we can, I think we can paste. Nope. No, decidedly no. Okay. Let me try copying that. So we're going to copy this. There's a button over here. Then we're going to paste in. Ronan also has the flag. Thank you. I'm going to try to get this on my own because, all right, so it's just going to look like this. What you need to do is you need to copy it. And if you like, you can copy the flag from the chat and then submit it like that. Over at the CryptoHack website. If you haven't solved the challenge, there should be a flag submission box at the bottom over here on the challenge page, and then you can submit it from there. After you've done that, we're going to move on to the next challenge. And the next challenge is the hex challenge. So before we talk about the hex challenge over here, before we do this one, let's go ahead and talk about what hexadecimal is and how it relates to ASCII. So let's talk about hexadecimal numbers. So hexadecimal is a system of counting in base 16, whereas our normal counting system, which is called decimal, is base 10. So this is what numbers from 0 to 16 look like in hexadecimal. So you start with 0, just like in decimal. You go from 1 to 9, just like using decimal. But instead of 10, you use the letter A. So A is the letter 10, 11 is the letter B, 12 is the letter C, 13 the letter D, 14 the letter E, 15 the letter F. And to count 16 using hexadecimal, it would be 10. So 10 means one full cycle of base 16, which is 16 digits. But whereas in decimal, one full cycle is 10 numbers, which is what this represents. Well, it represents 16. Anyways, what do hexadecimal numbers have to do with ASCII? So we can convert numbers in different systems over to other systems. So base 16 can be converted over to base 10, and base 10 can be converted over to base 2, and any other combination. So one reason why hexadecimal representation is used in computing is because it allows 8-digit binary numbers to be represented with 2 digits. So we've got 2 digits over here, 1F, and that's equal to binary number 11111, which is decimal number 31. So we can do hex digits. 2 hex digits can go all the way from the number 0 to the number 255 in binary and in decimal. So the hex number FF is equal to 255 in decimal, or in binary 1111111. 1 times 8, basically. So it's also very convenient to represent ASCII characters with hex because it allows non-printable ASCII characters to be represented in with just 2 digits. So we've got hex number over here, 41, which is equal to this in binary, which is equal to this ASCII character over here, the letter A. The letter hex digit 23 is this in binary, and it represents the hash symbol. And I think this is the lowercase letter W. It's represented by hex number 77, which is this in binary right here. But there are a bunch of ASCII characters that are not printable, and it's very convenient to use hex numbers to represent them, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see them because they're not printable characters. Okay, so let's learn hexadecimal with CryptoHack. We're going to learn more about hexadecimal encoding by working through a challenge on CryptoHack. Navigate to this URL, and the URL is this one right here. Okay, so it says here, when we encrypt something, the resulting ciphertext commonly has bytes, which are not printable ASCII characters. If we want to share our encrypted data, it's common to encode it into something more user-friendly and portable across different systems. Hexadecimal can be used in such a way to represent ASCII strings. First, each letter is converted to an ordinal number according to the ASCII table, as in the previous challenge, and then the decimal numbers are converted to base 16 numbers, otherwise known as hexadecimal. The numbers can be combined together into one long hex string. So included below is a flag encoded as a hex string. Decode this back into bytes. Decode this back into bytes to get the flag. Okay, so we've got this really long hexadecimal number over here, and we've got a little hint. It says in Python, the bytes.fromHex function can be used to convert hex to bytes. The .hexInstant method can be called on byte strings to get the hex representation. Thank you very much for following Godzilla the Dinosaur on Twitch. Thank you very much. And hey, why don't you have one of these Nyan cats? We have a lot of them. Okay, so how are we going to complete this challenge? We've got this really long hexadecimal number over here. And thank you very much for following 0day3301. You are now HackerFrog. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. And why don't you have one of these? Why don't you have one of these? Why don't you have one of these? Go to Hack. Hope everybody can go to Hack today.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day, wherever you are. Okay, so to complete the challenge, we're going to need to do some Python coding. So we can go ahead and copy this long hex number, and then go over to the online Python website, where we've got our Python code. Let's delete everything here already. 0day3301 just raided the channel with 3 viewers. Thank you very much for the raid. 0day3301. Thank you very much. And what were you all doing over on your channel, if I may ask? Were you doing cybersecurity stuff? Okay, so we've got this really. What we're doing right now is we're doing a little challenge from the CryptoHack website. So if you're interested in following along, you can go ahead and go to this website right over here. We're trying to convert a hexadecimal number into an ASCII representation. So let's go ahead and we're going to be using the online Python editor over here. 0day3301 says, yes, we were doing Try Hack Me. Awesome, awesome. Try Hack Me is another free, well, okay, it's not free, it's freemium. There's free content on Try Hack Me, and there's paid content on Try Hack Me, but it's a very good website for learning about cybersecurity concepts. Okay, so we've got this really long hex number. We're just going to call this hex we're just going to call this hex number. Okay, so this is the hex number. We need to represent this using a string, otherwise Python is going to get mad at us. Okay, so next what we need to do is we need to convert this into bytes. So let's just call this next variable hex bytes, and that's going to be equal to hex number, but we have to do some sort of function to it. So that's going to be bytes.fromHex over here. So let's go ahead and bytes.fromHex. I think that's what it's supposed to look like. Bytes.fromHex. Okay. Okay, so bytes, hex bytes equal bytes.fromHex for the hex number. And 0day3301 says good night or good night. After stream, I usually want to GTFO. I need to get the fudge out. And I totally understand, 0 day. You're probably really tired because you were doing your stream. Have a good one. And have a hack the planet to see yourself out. Hope to see you again soon. Whoops. Didn't spell that correctly.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what can we do? So we've got these these bytes, and after the, how are we going to convert these? Shellshock Elite, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so decode this back into bytes to get the flag. So do we just print this? Is this all we need to do? Print hex bytes. So print hex bytes, and then click run, and then we get the bytes. So crypto, you will be working with hex strings a lot. Okay, awesome. So we're just going to copy this to our clipboard, and then let's get the flag and let's share it. Ronan says, love Python. Yeah, I really like Python as well. It's a very fun language. The only thing I don't like about Python is managing libraries and modules, but you can get around that. Okay, everybody, so just in case you didn't know, this is the flag, and you can submit the flag in the challenge, at the challenge page over here. I've already submitted it, so it says here I've already solved the challenge, but you can paste in the flag and then click on submit, and then that should get it done. So the next challenge is base 64. So this is the last encoding method we're going to be covering in today's class. So before we tackle the challenge over here, let's learn a little bit about base 64. So base 64 encoding. Base 64 is a system which converts data bytes into strings made up of characters in the base 64 character set. So when we convert things into base 64, it's going to be converted using these different characters right here. So it's all of the uppercase letters, all of the lowercase letters, all of the numbers, and the symbols plus and /. So if you see a string that is made up of these different characters, it might be a base 64 encoded string. So let me demonstrate over here. Hold on. Okay, so we can echo out any message in ASCII that we want to, and then convert it into base 64. So we could do. Shay Y'all says, I did it. Shay Y'all, yeah, nice to see that you did it. And welcome to the stream, Shay Y'all. Let's give you a NanCat. There you go. Okay, so if anybody's wondering what code we used to solve the last challenge, I'll just provide the code in the chat right here. You might need to reformat the code after if you want to paste it into. Actually, let me try to see what happens if you paste this in. Oh, it pastes in perfectly. That's good. Okay, so let's go back. So we can take any message we want to on the Linux terminal over here. Let's just try HackerFrogs rule. Okay, and then we can pipe that into the base64 command. And we're going to see that this message right here has been converted into this string. So this string is a base64 encoded string. And we can change this back into its original contents by echoing it out and then performing the base64 decode operation on it. So if we echo HackerFrogs rule and then base64 encode it, it becomes this. If we echo out this base64 encoded string and then we pipe it into base64 decode, then we get the original message again. So the reason why we use base64 encoding is because we need to package program files, binary files, as well as picture files if we want to send them across the internet, because there's some bytes inside of those binary files and those picture files that might not be interpreted properly if we tried to send them across a network unencoded. So we need to package them up before we send them across networks. Shellshock Leet says that NyanCat is one of my oldest gifts in my library. Yeah, a lot of people have told me that they haven't seen the NyanCat in a long time. So I'm glad to be able to remind people of these really old memes. All right, so let's go back to the presentation. So here's an example of encoding a string using base64. So note there's a number of equal signs at the end of the base64 encoded string. So if we just echo HackerFrogs with the exclamation point and we base64 encode it, it becomes this, but there's a number of equal signs at the end here. So there's 2 equal signs here. The question is why? Base64 encoded strings will always consist of a number of characters that is divisible by the number 4. So let's count the number of characters in here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So from here to here, there's only 18 characters, and that's not divisible by 4. So what base64 is going to do, it's going to add a number of characters to the end in the form of these equal signs, and it's going to add the equal signs until it gets a number that is divisible by 4. So in this case, 18 plus 2 equal signs is going to equal 20, and 20 is divisible by 4. So if there's a number of characters that is not divisible by 4, then a number of equal signs, these are called padding characters, will be placed at the end of the string so that is of the correct length. So this is one of the telltale signs that this might be a base64 encoded strings. If you see a bunch of numbers and letters and then there's some equal signs at the end, it's probably going to be a base64 encoded string. Okay, so let's learn base64 with CryptoHack, and we can do so at the following link. Let me get the link for everybody. It is right over here. So it says here, another common encoding scheme is base64, which allows us to represent binary data as an ASCII string using an alphabet of 64 characters. One character of base64 string encodes 6 binary digits, which are called bits, and so 4 characters of base64 encode 3 8-bit bytes. Base64 is most commonly used online, so binary data such as images can be easily included into HTML or CSS files. Take the below hex string decode it into bytes, and then encode it into base 64. So we've got our hex string over here, and we have a little hint at the bottom here. In Python, after importing the base64 module with import base64, you can use the base64 b64 encode function. Remember to decode the hex first, as the challenge description states. Okay, so what we need to do this challenge is, first of all, we need to grab this this long hex number over here. So we're just going to copy that, and then we're going to go over to the online Python site. So this time, the hex number is going to be, let's just get rid of this old hex number and then replace it with the new hex number. Okay. After we do that, we convert the number into bytes. So it would be hex bytes equals bytes dot from hex number. And then what we need to do is we need to decode this from base 64. So on the third line, okay. Before we do any of this, on the first line in the code, we need to import the base 64 module. So a module is basically a bunch of pre-written code, and it lets us use code that's already been written in these modules, and it's a very convenient part of Python coding. So let's go ahead and import base 64 in the first line, and then later on we define our hex number over here, and then we turn the hex number into bytes over here with bytes dot from hex. And then we're going to, what is the name of the function? The name of the function is base64 b64 encode. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy that. Okay, so let's just call this encoded bytes. So this variable is going to be called encoded bytes, and it's going to be equal to base64.b64 encode on hex bytes. Okay, and then the last thing we're going to do in the code is we're going to print those encoded bytes. I think this is what is going to get us our flag. So first we import base64. We've got our hex number. We define it over here, and then we turn the hex number into hex bytes with bytes.fromHex on the hex number, and then we encode the bytes. We create a variable called encoded bytes, which is base64.b64 encode on the hex bytes, and then we print the encoded bytes. Let's see if this works. Spumga says, I'm learning crypto and Python. Nice. Yeah, well, I mean, if you know how to code, you can learn about all sorts of stuff through coding as well. So I hope you're learning a lot. All right, so finally, let's go ahead and click run. And then we get these bytes over here. Crypto base64 encoding is web safe. Interesting. Okay, so all we need to do now, and everybody else, let me if anybody's wondering what code we're using over here, I'll just paste this code into the chat, and hopefully, if you're having trouble, you can just paste this code into the online Python website over here and then run it from there. Okay, so let's copy this message over here. So we're just going to click on the clipboard. I'm going to paste this into my terminal and then get rid of everything that is not the flag. So everybody, what is not the flag? These single quotes over here are not the flag, and this B in front is also not the flag. So we can safely get rid of those. And then everything else, we're going to copy. And here's the flag. I'm supplying it in chat. We're going to go back to CryptoHack, and then we're going to, well, I've already solved the challenge, but you should be able to paste the flag into the flag submission field on the web page, and then click on submit, and that should finish the challenge for you. Okay, let's go ahead and Click on Next. Okay. So lastly, we have this this challenge right over here. It's called bytes and big integers. So crypto systems like RSA work on numbers, but messages are made up of characters. So how should we convert our messages into numbers so that the mathematical operators can be applied? The most common way is to take the ordinal bytes in the message, convert them into hexadecimal, and then concatenate. I don't. Okay. This challenge is a little bit more complicated, and we're not gonna cover this challenge on the stream, but I do have a video that goes over how to do this challenge on my YouTube. If you like, you can try out the challenge, and if you're having trouble, you can try looking at the walkthrough video. Let me get, yeah, it's over here. Let me go ahead and get that link. Yeah, okay. So if you want to take a look, here's the YouTube walkthrough video I created for the challenge. But let's finish out today's lesson. Okay, let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. So what is encoding? So encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. ASCII is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. And hexadecimal is a number system, base 16, and it can be used to represent ASCII characters, and conversion between hex and ASCII is a form of encoding. So if you go between the ASCII characters and their hexadecimal equivalents, that could be considered a type of encoding. And lastly, we learned about base 64 encoding. Base 64 is a method of converting data bytes into alphanumeric strings and is often featured in CTF challenges. So the most important thing we need to know about base 64 encoding is that when we do cybersecurity CTFs, we're going to encounter this kind of encoding a lot, so we should learn how to identify it. Okay, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Cryptography workshop, we're going to begin our look at classical encryption methods, which are often featured in cybersecurity CTF competitions. So we're going to be talking about some classical ciphers, which are basically old methods of encrypting information. So the systems themselves are actually, I think they're pretty fun. So please stay tuned for that. That's going to be in the next live stream. And the next live stream is going to be on Friday, but this is not the end of this live stream. That's just the end of this portion of the live stream. Okay, so let's move on into the next part of today's stream. So everybody, the next portion of today's stream is going to be a hacking walkthrough, and we're going to be hacking against a challenge over here over at the Hacker Labs platform. And if you're interested in following along with us, what you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine at this link over here. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm gonna do an ad on YouTube as well, just so that everybody is all together. So everybody, ads on YouTube in 3, 2, 1. In the meantime, everybody can watch some of these lovely birds. These are birds having a little bird bath. And I'm going to take a little drink. Just a second. Okay, we've got about 30 seconds of ads left, but so just in case anybody was wondering, these are my favorite birds. They're called Stellar Jays, and they're kind of Ronan says Mega stopped me at. Oh wow, that is too bad. Mega, yeah, Mega has some upload limits. So that's oh no. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that that Mega is doing you dirty like that. I think there might be some sort of workaround, but I'm let me see if I can find a workaround for Mega Upload. Mega Upload. Let's see. Bypass. Methods to bypass Mega download limit. Maybe we shouldn't look in here because it's in the piracy subreddit. But I'm really sorry to hear about that. Shay Y'all says, should we sign up first? Are you talking about signing up for this website over here, the Hackers Labs? You don't need to. Ronan one says, "Oh, Mega. If you sign up for Mega, well, I mean, you need to pay for Mega if you want to download unlimited amounts of data. So I guess it's going to be hard for people to play along with us. But I guess y'all can watch if you're able to get it working, or you're able to get around the download limit. Then let us know. But we're going to do the demonstration for this challenge over here. It's called potato salad, and in Spanish it's called Ensalas Papas. So let's go ahead and start that. I need to start the virtual machine associated with the challenge. So this is not a modern version of Windows, but it does teach us a couple of different hacking techniques that we can use when we're hacking against Windows systems. Okay, so let's take a look. I think this is running some sort of, yeah, this is Windows Server 2008. So this is an older version of Windows. I think 2008 is associated with Windows 7 or Windows 8, which was, well, I mean, those are pretty old versions of Windows. Okay, so everybody, I'm going to start my YouTube intro. Please don't be alarmed. This is a guided walkthrough for the Ensalas Papas challenge, otherwise known as the Potato Salad Challenge, over at the HackerLabs.com. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so everybody, before we get started, I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping over here. I need to do a little bit of organization of my tabs over here. Just a second. If you want to do hacking yourself, it's very important, and you're dealing with a lot of terminal windows over here. It's very handy to keep your terminal windows organized, just so you know where all your information is. So when I do these kind of hacking challenges, I usually have a bunch of tabs open at the same time, and they're all going to be working on different programs. Okay, so let's start off with this. The first thing we need to do before we start the challenge is we need to locate the machine on the network. So we can use the Nmap program to figure out where a machine is on our network range, and this is our network range over here. This is a 0/24 network, which means we have 255 hosts on the network, and we're trying to figure out if these machines are online by conducting what is called a ping sweep. So a ping sweep is basically reaching out to each machine on the network and trying to figure out if it is online or not. Ken PDX says Tmux is the way. I used to use so the problem is that Tmux has a couple of problems for me. I'm doing live streaming, which means I really want to have each one of my terminal windows nice and big so that everybody can follow along with the information easily. And another thing is that copying and pasting from Tmux can be a bit of a problem. And also, like, scrolling up and down inside of Tmux windows is a bit of a pain in the butt. But if I weren't working on live stream, then I would definitely use Tmux. But thank you for the input, KenPTX, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we see that we've got two VirtualBox machines online right here, and this address right here is our attacker machine. Our attacker machine is on address number 4, and the vulnerable machine is going to be on address number 7. So this is the IP address we're going to be hacking against. So we're just going to copy the IP address here, and we're going to run another nmap scan against that IP address. We're going to run it against all the ports with this argument here. We're going to run it very verbose with this argument here. We're going to run common scripts and versioning information against all the services we find with this argument here. And we're going to run it very fast with this argument here. Okay, so let's scan the box. So when we scan this box, we're going to see that there's a number of common TCP ports that are available on most Windows boxes. So Windows uses a bunch of common port numbers, such as 135, 139, 445, and a bunch of different ports on the 40,000 range. This is very typical for Windows machines, and it's usually a sign that we are dealing with a Windows server when you run it, when you run nmap on it. So notably, port number 80 is open on this system, so we can go ahead and investigate this. So I'm going to grab the IP address here, and then in our web browser, we're going to navigate to, okay. When we navigate to the landing page for this particular web server, we see here there's a banner for IIS7, so Internet Information Services, and IIS is Windows web server software. So you might have heard of Apache web servers or Nginx web servers. IIS is the web server software for Windows, and because we see it's version 7, this means that it is associated with Windows 7. The version number of IIS is almost a one-to-one correlation with the version of Windows being used. Okay, so now that we know that we're dealing with an IIS server, what we can do is we can do some web enumeration. So web enumeration is trying to figure out what endpoints exist on a website, and we're going to use the GoBuster tool to try to figure out what endpoints exist on the target. This is called directory busting. So it's 192, 168, 69, and I think it was number 7, right? This is number 7. Okay. All right. So when we run GoBuster in directory busting mode, we usually want to specify some file extensions that we're looking for. So we can try looking for different files on the web server, like HTML or TXT files, zip files, or PHP files. In this case, because we're dealing with an IIS server, it does run specific scripting files. So they would be ASP files and ASPX files. So these are the different file extensions we're going to be looking for, and we're going to be using a word list. So when you're doing directory fuzzing, it's very important to have a good word list, because if you do not have a good word list, you're not going to be able to find anything. In these CTF challenges, the most commonly used word list for directory busting is this directory list 2.3 medium list, which on Kali Linux is located in the user share wordless directory buster directory. Okay, so let's start up GoBuster. Capture Flags Not Field says, if you land on an IIS splash page, make sure you put that on your pen test report. That is information disclosure. That is absolutely correct. Capture Flags Not Fields. So one of these days we should probably go through what it looks like to write up a pen test report. So we could go through one of these boxes and we could highlight to everybody what we would put on a report if we were to do it up all professional like, as if we were a pen tester. Okay, so let's run GoBuster, and we see that it's going pretty fast. We should be able to get this done in about a minute or so, or a minute or two. So immediately it identifies this endpoint right here, which is called zoc.aspx. Let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, so what does this look like? This looks like a file upload, some sort of file upload application or file upload page. So we've got a browse where we can select our file, and then we've got an upload button where you can actually upload the file. Another thing we can do is we can take a look at the HTTP source for this page. Sometimes there are hints inside the HTTP source. Let's make this nice and big. Okay, so we see here that this looks pretty normal, but if we scroll all the way down to the bottom here, there is what looks like an endpoint here. Subi dit tosdeno, and I don't know what this means. It might mean something in Spanish. We could translate this. So if we raised in tone, interesting. Not exactly what we thought it might be, but what we can do is we can go ahead and we can navigate to this endpoint on the server. So where are we? Here. So let's go ahead and try to navigate to this endpoint. And this is an upload directory, or we suspect this is an upload directory because there's well, you've got me. You've already seen that I've been uploading some stuff to this to this endpoint here. So I'll spoil everybody, and this is the upload directory that we're looking for on this particular target. Let's talk about what's actually going on here. So what we're going to be doing for this exercise is we're going to be doing a file upload attack. And for this file upload attack, we're going to do what is called a filter bypass. So the web application allows users to upload files. If we are able to identify which directory files are uploaded to, then upload a malicious script file to the web app, we could achieve remote code execution on the server through that upload script file. So we're able to identify a directory where the files are being uploaded to, so we could potentially try to upload a malicious file. So a complication in this case is the fact that we don't know which file extensions are permitted for upload by the web application. So we need to find a way to bypass the file upload filter. So let me demonstrate. So over, oops. So over here, we could try uploading a file, and we could try uploading anything. Upload this. It says invalid file, please try again. So we don't know what files are allowed to be uploaded. So what we can do is we can compile a list. Well, first of all, what we should do is we should record the request where we tried to upload the file. because we could eventually try to fuzz this using using the FFUF program. So in order to do that, we would need to start up Burp Suite. And the reason we're starting up Burp Suite now is we're going to try to record the upload process, and then we're going to try to fuzz the upload endpoint. So when we start Burp Suite, we're going to click on Next, and then we're going to click on Start Burp. After we do that, then we're going to see Burp start up over here, and what we need to do is we need to navigate to the proxy tab. So this is the dashboard, the target. We're going to click on proxy, and then we're going to click on this button over here, which is labeled Open Web Browser. So this is going to open up the Burp Suite web browser, which is attached to Burp Suite, and all the traffic that goes from the Burp Suite browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite, and that is what we want, because we want to record the failed file upload. So we can go over to, what was it, 198 dot, wait, this page right here. Nope, it is this page. Oh, I've done this so many times. Okay. This page. Okay. So right here, we've got our file upload page. We're going to choose a file. We're going to try to upload it. It says invalid file, please try again. Okay, this is fine because we've recorded this this request. We're going to close out our Burp Suite browser, and then we're going to go to proxy HTTP history. So from proxy to HTTP history, and we're going to see at the bottom here, this is the post request that we that has the failed file upload. We can click on that, and we can go over to the request window, and we can right click on it. When we right click on this window, we can save this request to a text file by selecting this option right here. It's called copy to file, and then we get to save this file out. We're going to call it request.txt. After we do that, we're just going to hit save, and from here we don't need Burp Suite anymore, so we can shut down Burp Suite. Okay, so after that, we're going to go over to our temp directory. And in the temp directory, we see that there's this file called request.txt. Capture Flags Not Field says, I've fallen in love with Kaido since they've partnered with Parrot. If you haven't tried it yet, it's delicious. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to using programs. I don't switch over to new programs super fast, and I haven't used Kaido before, and I haven't used Parrot before. I found Parrot was a bit difficult to install the virtual machine, so that's why I haven't used Parrot. But one of these days I need to try using Parrot to see how different it is from Kali Linux, and I need to try Kaido as well to see how different it is from Burp Suite. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the request.txt file. So if we take a look at the contents of the file that we created here, so this is all of the information we need to contact this page again. So this is a post request to this endpoint right here, and on this host, it's got all of the information to make this post request again, and we're going to be using this with our fuzzing program in order to figure out which file extensions are allowed. So before we do that, we need to specify a place to fuzz. So what we're going to do is we're going to edit this file using the Nano text editor. So when we start editing the file, we need to go over to the file name. So over here, content disposition, we need to, we're going to be fuzzing the file extension for this file. Ronin1 says, Kaido's missing a lot of burp features. So I've heard that as well, but I think Kaido is meant to be used with a couple of other programs to make up for the features that are missing. But I think the one thing I really don't like about Burp Suite is it feels like Burp Suite has kind of a monopoly on the web app pen testing space. So I think competition is needed. So okay, so let's go ahead and specify a fuzzing point. So we're just going to call the file name, we're going to call it config.fuzz. And by putting this word fuzz inside the file, this is going to let our fuzzing program know where we want to fuzz, at what point. KenPDX says there's also Zap from OWASP. I've heard that Zap is a more complete, is very, very close to being on par with Burp Suite as far as functions are concerned, or as the number of different functions that you can do. But I've also heard that that Zap is very unintuitive in its user interface. If anybody else has used Zap out there in chat, let us know. But I haven't used Zap in a really long time, so I don't know how it compares anymore. Okay, we're going to save this modified buffer. And we've got a fuzzing point inside this request.txt file. So let's go ahead and take a look here. So we're going to use, hold on, so the ffuf command that we're going to use to fuzz and try to figure out what file extensions are allowed is going to look like this. So it's going to be ffuf and then -request to use the request file that we got from Burp Suite. KenPDX says, it takes some getting used to, but sometimes I use both and chain them together. So I think that's a very healthy way to go about it. Don't be married to one program if it's not working for you. So if one program doesn't do everything, or if one program doesn't do something very well, then use more than one program. Of course, we all have to fight our instincts to be lazy and to try to and to just be okay with something not being so good because we don't want to learn another program. But yeah, you have to be flexible in this field. Okay, so we've got the request.txt file here. What we need to do is we need to supply a word list. And the word list we're going to use is a number of different ASP-like file extensions. And we're going to be making a list of these file extensions in just a bit. The last thing we need to do to run this is we need to specify that we're going to be running HTTP as opposed to HTTPS, because FFUF gets a little bit cranky when you run a bunch of HTTP requests inside of request.txt. So you have to use this right here, request proto, and specify this this protocol right here, HTTP. Defis Modernus Leben says, I've used both Burp and Zap when starting cybersecurity. Found both kind of unintuitive, but one with Burp since it's more common. So the thing is, yeah, we're going to gravitate towards whichever program has the biggest community and whichever program the most people are using, because that's probably going to be the easiest program to use when you're having trouble and you want to look something up. Cybernerd Dante says, Burp Suite for life. Okay. Well, I still think that Burp Suite needs competition because because monopolies are a bad thing. Okay, so the last thing we need to do before we run this is we need to create a list of different ASP-like file extensions. So we know that the server is running IIS, which typically runs ASPX script files and ASP script files. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a little list of ASP compatible file extensions to see what kind of files we can upload. Okay, so I've got a short list of them. over here, and let's create that list. So these are the different ASP-like file extensions over here. So when we're doing file upload attacks against PHP, there's also there's a separate list of PHP-like file extensions that we can fuzz for. In this case, it's ASPX. It's ASP and ASPX compatible. So we've got these different ones over here. Let's go ahead and save out this list file. And then let's run FFUF. So when we run, whoops, what happened here? Ah, okay. Extensions.txt. I think the file name is wrong. Whoops. It's ASD extension.txt. CanPDX says there's also MITM proxy if you want something that runs in the terminal. Not as full-featured, but sometimes I can chain it to an upstream of Burp Suite. I've heard of that program before, man-in-the-middle proxy, but I've never used it before. But it's always good to have more options, CanPDX. Thank you very much. Okay, let's try running it again. What? Didn't I save that file? Oh, I saved it to the wrong directory. Darn it. Okay, let's move it into the right directory. Let's move it into the temp directory. Okay, and let's try it one more time. Actually, here I need to move into the temp directory as well so that doesn't happen again. Oh, these are all... Oh, this isn't what I wanted. Okay, okay. So usually I work from the temporary directory because when I do these CTF box exercises, I collect a lot of different files and I don't want them to stick around. I want them to disappear when I'm finished. Okay, so let's run FFUF one more time. Okay, so we see here, these are the results of trying to upload with these different file extensions. Rendon1 says, add the S. Thank you, thank you. I managed to pick that up. So these are all identical except for one. Actually, these are identical except for this entry right here, .config. It's got a slightly different size and a slightly different word count over here, which means this is probably the file extension that is allowed by the web application. So there's an article on uploading malicious web.config files. So IIS modules, the evolution of web shells. So if you want to take a look, there's this article over here that talks about IIS modules and adding web shells. So this basically talks about how you can upload malicious web.config files and then get the server to run them. This is what we're going to do in this case. So there's the config file extension is allowed. So we're going to create a malicious web.config file. And I've got the code for it over at my GitHub. Let me go over there. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're going to stop and we're going to take a little break. To everybody who is watching on YouTube, I'm going to insert an ad in 3, 2, 1. And in the meantime, we're not going to progress, but instead, for the next minute or so, we're going to watch some birds. How about these birds? Okay, I'm going to take the opportunity to have a little drink of water. Just a sec. So anybody that doesn't know, these are sparrows. And sparrows are, well, I mean, they're pretty common. You see them all over the place. But what you didn't know is that sparrows can be very, very vicious, especially if they're trying to prevent other sparrows from getting their food. So you see this sparrow right here is very unhappy that other sparrows are trying to peck at the food. So he's just trying to be greedy and keep all the food for himself. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's get started with our hacking again. Okay, so on my GitHub over here, I've recorded the contents of the malicious web.config file that we can use to exploit the server. I'm just going to copy the code, and then I'm going to create the file on my Kali Linux machine. So I'm going to call this web.config and paste in this code. So what this is this is a web shell, and a web shell is basically a malicious endpoint that you can upload to the target, and then from the web shell you can run commands on the underlying server by supplying a URL. So sorry, a URL parameter. So in this case, the URL parameter that we're going to be using is going to be the CMD URL parameter. So we'll demonstrate this after we've uploaded it. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to go over to the web application, and in the web application we can browse, and then we can select our. Oh, did I save that file? I don't think I did. Hold on. Yeah, so we need to save this file. Okay, save the file, and then web.config is in here, and we can upload it. So web.config, we're going to select the file and open it, and then upload. It says file uploaded successfully, and we know there's an endpoint that we can access to get to. Oh, thank you very much. Cybernerd Dante has just subscribed with a tier 1 subscription on Twitch. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. And you know what? Why don't you have one of these? This is a new redeem, and this is celebrating the classic scene in Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Who knew that knowing Unix would be able to save you from dinosaurs? I didn't. Okay, so we've just, thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, and thank you very much for the support. Cybernerd Dante says, thank you very much for being an awesome and friendly streamer. More people should subscribe to this guy. Ken BDX says, Unix. That's not the Unix that we're thinking of. We're thinking of the Unix that is related to Linux, and not the people who had cosmetic surgery. Anyways. All right, so we've uploaded the file, and we know where the uploads are going. So we know the uploads are going to this directory right here. So we're just going to copy that and then navigate there ourselves. Okay, so it looks like we don't have access to this directory, but why? Looks like something's gone wrong. Okay, so everybody, I think I might need to reset the box. So unfortunately, that means we're gonna have to take a little break. I think the box broke. Just a second. Okay, so everybody, we're gonna reset the box. Let me shut down the box, and we're going to reset it. In the meantime, you all can watch an extended cut of the baby birds taking a bath. So let me just resolve this technical issue. We should be back online in about 3 or 4 minutes. MC25 says, maybe it's just directory listing turned off. So the directory listing turned off, just to be certain, I'm just going to reset the box, and then I don't have to worry about that. Okay, so I need to install my my virtual machine again. It doesn't take too long. Eternalized Dragon says, hi, sorry. May I share some awareness outreach related ideas on what? What? I'm sorry. That I need to. That's some spam. I'm sorry. Okay, so the last thing I need to do is do the network configuration for this box. Okay. Oh man, I love this little guy so much. He's just having the time of his life. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with the box again. So what we need to do is we need to locate the box on the network one more time. So the IP address has changed. So it's not at the 7 address, now it's at the 8 address. So let me just do my steps really quickly here. zoc.aspx. Okay. Now I can upload the malicious web. Where are we? Desktop? No, we're looking for computer, temp, web config. Upload that thing. Okay, and then we need to get the directory that it's being uploaded to, which is this one. Okay, it says it is not. That's strange. It's strange how it doesn't let us go. But actually, maybe we can just access this from, let's see, it's web config.web. Wait, what was the name of the file that I created again? Web.config. Right, so we should be able to access this from web.config. Okay. All right, so we've managed to navigate to the web. Oh gosh, what is this called again? This is a web shell. So this is the web shell that we uploaded to the target, and we can run any commands that we want from here. So what do we need to do? First of all, we probably want to figure out who we are, so we can give the who am I command. And it says that I think this is the answer. What is the answer? Okay, we can get the directory. So this is the directory over here. Great. And if we do who am I, the answer is the info user. Interesting. Okay, so from here, what can we do? We probably want to get a terminal on this on the web server. So what we want to do is we're going to upload a binary to the target, and then we're going to have the web shell execute the binary. So this is what we're going to do. First of all, we need to set up our reverse shell, and we're going to do it like this. We're going to use the rlwrap program, and we're going to run netcat in listening mode on port 443. So this is the port that's going to listen for the incoming reverse shell connection. We don't need it yet, but we're just going to set it up now because this is what we need to do to get our reverse shell working. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to we're going to get the Windows version of netcat and copy it to this directory. So if we locate nc.exe, which is the Windows version of netcat, we're going to find it in a couple of directories here. We're going to copy it to this directory that we're in right now. So we're just going to copy the netcat binary, which is the Windows version of netcat, to this directory. From here, we're going to set up a web server. So we're going to serve this up on the web so that the target server can download it from our attacker machine. So this is how we do it. So we're going to do python -m http.server 80, which is going to start up a web server on port 80. After we do that, everything inside of this directory is going to be available for access from the web. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go over to the web shell, and on the web shell, we're going to download that netcat binary from our attacker machine. So let's go ahead and give that command. So before we give that command, we need to figure out the command that we're going to give over here. So this is the certutil command. CanPDX says if there's PowerShell, you can also execute a PowerShell one-liner to get the shell. That's true, but usually if I have the ability to run binaries, in particular netcat, to create a reverse shell connection, I prefer to do that because PowerShell can be a bit finicky, especially if there are some sort of security things in place that prevent PowerShell from running certain types of commands. Okay, so we run certutil, which is a Windows built-in command that can be used for file download. We run it with the URL cache mode, and we supply a URL with the -f argument here, and it's going to be our attacker machine. So our attacker machine is over here at this address, and we're going to copy this netcat binary into the C users public directory. And the reason why we're using this directory is that this directory is usually publicly writable, and it's one of the directories that is most likely going to be we're going to be able to use to store files. Okay, so we've got our command here. We're going to run this command through the web shell, and it says URL cache comando completado correctamente, and it should say that the operation completed successfully. So we can check to see if this file is here by looking in the C users public directory through the web shell, just like this. So we see here that we've got nc.exe in this directory, which means we can run this file. And the command that we're going to run is this. This is the command we're going to run. This is basically running the netcat binary, which is in C users public. We're going to try to connect to our attacker machine, which is this IP address right here on port 443, where we have the listener running right now. and we're going to execute the cmd command after connection. So cmd is our command prompt. It's the Windows shell. So let's go ahead and run this command. It's going to get the netcat binary that we uploaded to run a command to give us a reverse shell. So up here, give the command, run it, and we're going to see that the browser window is hanging right now, which means that it doesn't finish executing its command. This is a pretty good indication that we have a reverse shell now. So let's go over to our reverse shell, and we see that we got a connection. So if we type who am I, it says that we are the info user. And if we take a look at what our privileges are on the system, it says that we have the SE impersonate privilege, and this is enabled. So this is our method of privilege escalation. Privilege escalation is basically figuring out a way to go from our current user, which is a low-level user, to the highest level of user. On the Windows system, it's usually the NT authority system user. And let's talk a little bit about our privilege escalation in this case. So we're talking about privilege escalation, the SE impersonate privilege. So the SE impersonate privilege is a feature which allows a user to perform commands in the context of other users on the Windows system. This privilege is typically associated with service accounts like the IIS, the SQL server, and with administrator accounts. So if you're able to find a user who has the SE impersonate privilege, you could potentially use these privileges to elevate privileges to system or administrator level, either through token theft and or named pipes. So one common way of doing this, especially on older Windows systems, is something called the potato exploit. And the potato family of Windows exploits all leverage the SE impersonate privilege in different ways to achieve elevated access on Windows targets. So which potato exploit to use on a target largely depends on the version of Windows being used. And in this case, we'll be using the juicy potato variant. So there's an article out on the internet called which potato exploit Windows, and this one over here explains what the potato Windows privilege escalation exploits are like, and all the different versions of them. So it's a pretty involved article, and you can read it if you like, but there's a TLDR with this. So if you do not want to use sweet potato, if the machine is Windows 10, so it depends on the version of Windows being used. So if it is greater than, that's greater than, right? Greater than Windows 10, Windows Server 2019, use the rogue potato. And if the machine is less than Windows 10, Server 2019, use juicy potato. So in this case, the version of Windows being used is Server 2008, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what? We can use this command, systeminfo, to return the version of Windows being used. So this is Microsoft Windows Server 2008 R2 Data Center. So the version of potato that we're going to be using is the juicy potato exploit. So if we search this up, juicy potato GitHub, we can find the GitHub repository that has the exploit over here. And if you're interested, here's the link. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to download the exploit binary. So if we go down and we take a look at the side here, there's the releases section on the sidebar. And there's the juicypotato.exe file over here. We're just going to copy this, copy the link, and then copy it over to our attacker machine. So on the attacker machine, we're just going to download it using wget. Okay, so we've moved the juicy potato onto our attacker machine. From here, what we're going to do is we're going to transfer it over to the target. TGR says, how are we doing? I have a question. I'm trying to find a bug on the target. I made an account so I can have user access. How can I go to admin or root access targeting the domain name? You're trying to find a bug on a target, okay? You made an account so you have user access. How can I go to admin or root access targeting the domain name? I'm not completely sure. What kind of vulnerability are you looking for? If you've identified some sort of vulnerability on the web app already, then maybe I could give you a hand, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what kind of exploit you're trying to, what kind of attack you're trying to do here. So TG Artist, if you have some more information for us, please let us know. Okay, so we've got juicypotato.exe here, and we're currently running a web server on port 80. So we should be able to download this to our target. So we're just going to use the same certutil command that we used last time. Let's see. So over here, this is the same command that we used to download netcat, but instead of netcat, we're going to download juicy potato instead. So juicy potato, and we're going to change the name of this to juicy potato as well. Okay, so let's copy this and let's run it. We can run it through our reverse shell over here. So we're going to move into the C users public directory. Okay, and then from here we're going to run the certutil command to download the file. Okay, let's run that. So it says that it completed correctly. Now we see that the juicy potato exploit is in our current directory. All right, so there's only a couple more things we need to do to finish this this exercise. Okay, so when we run juicy potato, we can get the juicy potato exploit to run a Windows command in the context of a high-level user. So a user like NT Authority System. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the juicy potato exploit to run the netcat command to reach out to another reverse shell from our Kali Linux system. And that reverse shell is going to get us a NT Authority System reverse shell. So let's go ahead and set up the reverse shell in another tab. So over here, let's do rlwrap netcat on port 443. So after the previous reverse shell was caught, then port 443 was released. So we can use port 443 again for our next reverse shell. So we've got it running over here. And we're going to go over to the, we can't do clear screen. Okay, so another thing that we need to understand about the juicy potato exploit. Let me demonstrate. So the command we're going to be using with the juicy potato looks kind of like this. So we've got the name of the program over here, juicypotato.exe. We have to supply a listening port on the Windows target that's not being used. So it could be any networking port as long as it's not being used. We're going to run some arguments with the command. We're going to run the netcat command, and we're going to try to get it to connect to our attacker machine, which is over here on port 443. And the command that we're going to run for this argument is we're going to run the cmd.exe file, and it's located in the C Windows System 32 directory. Simon Dante says, have a good day. See you next time. Got to go early. Happy hacking, everyone. All right, Simon Dante, let's give you a hack the planet to see you out. And thank you very much for subscribing today. I really appreciate it.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so for Juicy Potato, the last thing we need to supply is a CLSID number that is associated with a certain user on the system. So this is a concept that is important to understand when we're using the Juicy Potato exploit. And so after some testing, we obtained and tested an extensive list of interesting CLSIDs on several Windows versions. So CLSIDs are basically ID numbers that are associated with different services and different processes on Windows machines. And there are different CLSIDs that are associated with different user accounts. And we need to use one of these with the potato exploit to get it to work. So the CLSIDs are different for different versions of Windows, and we know that we're dealing with the Windows Server 2008 R2 Enterprise. Actually, we're dealing with 2008 R2 Data Center, but I'm pretty sure the number is more important than the adjective. So if we take a look here, we've got our different CLSIDs, and they're associated with different users and different access. So what we want to do is we want to find one that's associated with the NT Authority System user, which means that we would have full access. So we can grab any one of these. So this one, for example. And we're going to be using this as part of our command. Okay, so let's copy the full command over here. Okay, let's look over the command to make sure that there are no typos or anything. This is the correct address, I'm pretty sure. And the rest of the command should be correct. Remember, everybody, if you make a typo when you're hacking, you do not get to hack. So make sure that everything is spelled correctly and all the syntax is correct for whatever command you're doing. Okay, let's copy the command and then let's run it on the server. So in our reverse shell, we're going to run the command. Capture flags.field says, are there multiple paths, or is this the only way to compromise this box? Maybe check unquoted service paths, symlinks, local GPO abuse. As far as I know, this is the only path. This is the only legitimate path on the box. But sometimes, of course, sometimes there is more than one way. But as far as intended methods, there's usually only one intended method when the CTF, when the creator, goes about designing these boxes. They usually only have one intended path. Okay, so let's run the exploit. We see here that it says that we are acting as the NT Authority System user, and it says create process with token OK. That means that we probably got our reverse shell. So let's go ahead and go to the tab where we have the reverse shell. It's here. And we have our access. Awesome. So you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do scary hacker voice, man. So let's go ahead. We'll do scary hacker voice, man, after the break is over. All right, everybody, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're going to run an ad on YouTube as well. So ads on YouTube in 3, 2, 1. And let's go ahead and watch the birds have some more food, like this one over here. I'm just going to take a little drink break, everyone, just a second. So you can see that these sparrows can be pretty vicious when they're competing with each other for food. Okay. Let's put the birds away, and let me get scary hacker voice man ready.
Hey there, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we compromise a server, and we've compromised this one. Well, Mr. Potato Salad Administrator, it seems that your security is a little bit less than par, you might say. You decided it would be okay to leave web pages where you can upload files and include vulnerable file extensions. Well, that was a big mistake, and it's cost you dearly. We were able to abuse the file upload and then gain access to the system. From there, we found that we could use the SE impersonate privilege to use the potato exploit to become the super user. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided that it was an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in, and who are we? We are the NT Authority System User. So we were able to get this level of access because we're able to exploit the SE impersonate privilege and use the juicy potato exploit. And we're very close to finish this exercise. So for these exercises, the goal of the exercise is to enter the administrator user's desktop directory and then access the flag file inside. So we just move into the user's administrador. So it's the administrador directory because this is a Spanish installation of Windows. And then we can move into the desktop directory, and in there is the root.txt flag. But we're not going to access the root.txt flag in the traditional sense because the organizers on the HackerLabs.com website probably don't want people who are doing walkthroughs to reveal the contents of flags. So what we're going to do is we're going to read the root.txt file, but redirect it into another file called iReadRoot.txt. So after we do that, we see that we've created both the root.txt file and the iReadRoot.txt file, which proves that we've read the file and we've completed the challenge. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Ensalas Papas challenge, otherwise known as the Potato Salad Challenge, over at thehackerslabs.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, everybody, we're not going anywhere, but that's just my YouTube outro because I turn all these walkthroughs into YouTube videos eventually. But thank you very much for watching the guided walkthrough. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we were doing during this exercise, please let us know. Let's see. Capture Flags Not Fields asked if there were other ways to compromise this box. Sometimes there are multiple ways to compromise these CTF boxes. There's usually only one intended method, but there's sometimes unintended methods as well. Mostly because the CTF designer didn't do their homework enough, and they left other methods of getting inside. But anyways, let's start our final part of today's stream. So the final part of today's stream is going to be another fun exercise, and I don't say fun exercise because because I think everything's a fun exercise. I say fun exercise because I've been doing a bit of Windows Active Directory hacking lately, and it's been a pretty fun learning experience, even though sometimes it makes me want to say words like and, you know, just good old-fashioned fun, because you're really frustrated because your commands aren't working. But anyways, we're going to be doing another challenge over at the Hackers Labs website over here. And this one is called the Pacharan. Anyways, it's a type of liquor, and that's popular in Spain, and I think it's made from some sort of berries. And this challenge is on the Hacker Labs website. We can download it, and let me get the link. So in case anybody was interested in taking a look at this challenge here, I don't know if this is also downloaded using the Mega website. Let me check. It might not be. So yeah, this one is not. So you should be able to download this file even if you're stuck with your exceeded bandwidth on the Mega download website. So give it a go if you want to. Okay, I'm going to start the machine up on my end, and then we can start hacking against it. So this is going to be a Windows Active Directory challenge. This one was labeled as an intermediate challenge, so it might be a bit tricky, and I might need everybody's help to try to finish this challenge. But I'll give it my best, and here we go. So let's do a little bit of cleanup over here. Just need to reset all of my terminals and services. Let's get rid of the juicy potato and the various text files that we created, and let's get rid of netcat binaries and stuff. Okay, now our temporary directory is nice and clean, and we can get ready to scan the box. So, okay, you know what we haven't done? We haven't played our music. Okay, so let's play some music while we do our hacking exercise over here. I was so absorbed in hacking that I forgot to play music. How about the Independence War II soundtrack? It's a classic game from like the early 2000s, and it was one of my favorites back in the day. Okay, we've got the machine up and running. We need to find it on the network, and then we can start hacking against it. So let's run our nmap ping sweep, and hopefully we can find it. So it is at the 6969 address. That is nice twice, and our own machine is at the 4 address. So let's go ahead and copy this and run our second nmap scan. So let's run common services and versioning information. Let's run very verbose, and let's run min rate 10,000. So this is something that a viewer of mine told me about. This is the way to get really fast scans out of your nmap. Sometimes it might give you some false positives or some, well, we'll see how it goes. So this is scanning against the machine. We see that there are typical Windows ports open, 135, 139, 445. We know that this is probably a Windows Active Directory box because it has port 53 and port 88, which are typical Windows ports, Active Directory ports rather. There's also port 636, which is open, which is associated with the LDAP service, and we also have the WinRM service available on 5985. So where should we start? We should probably start with some SMB. So we've got netexec over here. We didn't use netexec in the last challenge, but netexec is basically a all-in-one tool that we can use for Windows Server enumeration. So we can run it on different protocols like SMB or WinRM or even MSSQL if we find it. And let's go ahead and see if there's let's go ahead and see if there's an eternal blue on the target first. So this is a freebie. It says access denied, so there's no eternal blue on the target. We need to run these anyways because sometimes modern Windows targets will still be vulnerable to eternal blue. It's not likely, but we should probably also scan it for zero logon, which is a Windows Active Directory only vulnerability, which is very, very serious if it is present. So this is... what? No, it can't be vulnerable to zero logon, could it? You know what? We'll test. We'll test to see if this is vulnerable to zero logon. If it is, I would be very, very surprised. It can't be. Okay, I should probably check. So first of all, we're going to start up our exploit, because we're not allowed to say the name of this framework on YouTube. Otherwise, YouTube is going to get super mad. So on the framework, we can find a module for testing for zero logon, and we're going to try that out. Okay, so here's the module for zero logon. Let's see, we need the NB name of the target, and also we need the rhost to the target. Okay, so let's set rhosts to... actually, we can set it to... this is the ETH1 interface. So we're just gonna... no, that doesn't work. Ronan says, did you try netexec? Yes, we've tried netexec. That was how we found out about the potential zero logon vulnerability. Let's see, it was 190... I think that was the IP address. We need to find out what the NB name of the target is, so let's look it up right now. So the NB name is this one right here. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Set NB name. Okay, so if that's the case, then all we need to do now is run the exploit. So let's run it. Let me double check the IP address. So this is not what we're looking for. What is the IP address again? Yeah, no, I got the IP address wrong. I gotta do this again. Set rhosts. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe this was another system that was vulnerable to zero logon. This is dumb. The previous Active Directory box that we did for this website was also vulnerable to zero logon. So with zero logon, Let me get the, let me explain what zero logon is. I've got, this is so disappointing. Let's see, I think there was one for Hack My VM called Zero. Here we go. Okay, so what is a zero logon vulnerability? So zero logon is a Windows exploit which allows an unauthenticated user to communicate with an Active Directory domain controller, DC, and change the domain controller's computer account password. Ronan says it's too easy that maybe no one will look for it. Maybe. Well, I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same as like leaving your system vulnerable to Eternal Blue. Nobody would think to look for it if it's a modern Windows target, but sometimes it could be vulnerable, especially if you misconfigure your Windows machine badly enough. So if we come across a Windows machine in an Active Directory environment, it's one of the first vulnerabilities that we should check for. So because the zero logon vulnerability doesn't require us to have any sort of credentials to check for the vulnerability, we can check for it almost immediately after we begin our scans. So there's a convenient module on exploit which can be used to exploit the zero logon vulnerability. So, and once we have the DC computer account's password, we can use Impacket Secrets Dump, the Impacket Secrets Dump module, to get every user's password hash. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is the NV name. Okay, and we're running Impacket Secrets Dump. On the computer account. And we're trying to do, what was it again? We need to supply the IP address. Hold on. Let me look up my my notes. So the great thing about keeping notes for all the machines that you've compromised before is that you can look up your notes to conduct an attack that you've already done before. So let me look back at my notes for the Zero machine. Okay, so it's just like this. So Impacket Secrets Dump, then the name of the server, and then the name of the domain controller computer account. So you can tell that something is a computer account because it's got the name of the host followed by a $sign. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. Password. So it's going to ask us for a password. When we conducted the zero logon exploit, we set the password to an empty string, so we can just provide an empty string for the password. So it says the attempted logon is invalid. It is either due to a bad username or authentication information cleaning up. Huh, that's weird. That should have worked. Hold on. So this is the account. It says the password is now empty. What is wrong with the command? Status logon failure. Hold on. Maybe I should get the maybe I should get the domain for the machine. So maybe the name of the network is actually this one right here, Pacharan. So I should supply that as the Okay, so let's try Pacharan instead. There we go, there we go. Alright, so we've got a bunch of names of whiskeys and stuff. That's great. Alright. So most importantly, we've got the administrator over here. So the administrator, let's go ahead and see if we can log in as the administrator using netexec. So netexec, let's see if we can use the administrator's hash. So this would be a pass the hash attack. Let's see if these are valid credentials. So we have SMB access as the administrator now. And you know what? This kind of reminds me of capture flags not fields. They talked about unintended paths. So this zero logon on attack might be an unintended path for this particular system. So if that's the case, then we probably want to explore the intended path. I don't know, but let's do this path first. So okay, so we have SMB access. If we have WinRM access as the administrator user, it's game over. Okay, we have WinRM access as the administrator user because we stole their hash. So all we need to do is use evil WinRM to log into the server and then collect the flag. So let's do evil WinRM. Whoops. Okay, so this is the administrator user. It is this IP address. And we are it's taking a while for us to log in. This is the correct hash, right? This is the hash. So as somebody educated me, this is the NTLM hash on Windows. This is the format for password hashes. This is what is called the LM hash. The beginning, the start of the hash up until the colon here is the LM hash, and this is the old version of hash. The new version of the hash is this portion right here, which is the NT hash. We were not able to log on. I think it might be because oh, it's administrador, right? So this is a Spanish system. So we need to spell it correctly. So it's not administrator, it's administrador. Okay, now we have access. Okay. So we move into the C users administrador directory. and then into their desktop directory. And there's root.txt. So, of course, we don't read these things. Instead, we do type root.txt, redirect to iread root.txt, and we've completed the challenge. So, this was... I'm really hoping that this was the unintended method of getting in. I'm going to take a look at a write-up. Actually, wait, okay. I'm not going to take a look at a write-up. I'm going to try to see if I can get in some other way that doesn't involve us using the zero logon attack. So I'm just going to pretend that this never happened. I'm going to get out of here, and then I'm gonna try enumerating again. Okay. Okay, so what does that mean? That means we're going to go back to netexec, and we're going to try doing some basic enumeration. What we're going to do is we're going to try to figure out if there's a guest account. The invitado account in Spanish is called invitado. In English, it's called the guest account. So there is a guest account. That means we could probably try to find some shares. So actually, with the guest account, we could probably get the users for the system. So using netexec, if we have a valid user account, we could probably enumerate some users. It looks like we can't enumerate some users. That's fine. There are a couple of different methods we could use to enumerate users. So we could use the -- users method, or we could do the rid brute method. Try to figure out what users exist on the system. Okay, so using this method, we were able to get a list of users. So we've got administrator, invitado, all of these ones over here. We're going to ignore these ones, and we're going to take a look at the regular users. So regular users are going to be these ones over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this list over here, and we're going to create a users list. So we're going to create a users.txt list, paste in all the stuff we found, and we're going to see if we can create a little list. Okay, so we move over just a second while I do a bit of formatting. So I think the names of most of these users are names of different types of liquor. So whiskey and Hendrix and Chivas Regal. I'm pretty sure these are all types of spirits or liquor. This is going to take a little while to create. I could try using the AI to help me create the list, but it's kind of therapeutic just doing it this way. Do I have VS Code? Actually, I've never used VS Code before. I think I've seen people do like simultaneous delete on VS Code, and it does look like a pretty good method of doing it. But I'll be done with this in just a little bit. If I had a lot more to do than this, then I might resort to using some other tool. But thank you very much. Sublime Text. Yeah. VS Code or Sublime Text. Okay. I'll be done in just a second. Okay, now we've got now that we've got our list over here, whoops, what was it called? Was it Gordon's? It was Gordon's, right? I need to check that. Gordon's, yeah, okay. Then we can do some more netexec stuff. So we're going to do netexec, and we're going to use the users.txt. We're going to try to figure out. We're going to use users.txt as the password list as well, and then we're going to try to figure out if any of these users use their own username as their password. So we're just going to do no brute force, and we're going to also use continue on success. So this is going to do a password spray attack, where we try to figure out if any of the users use their own. It's not called no brute force, or is it just called no brute? Okay, so the only one that used their own username as a password is this user right here called DNS proxy update. DNS update proxy, but this is a guest level account. So we don't have anything, nothing super important about this account. We could try to figure out which. Let's try the DNS proxy update user. Okay, and for the password, it is also this. Let's see if they have access to any shares. Okay, so they were not able to enumerate shares, they got access denied. Let's see if the guest account probably is probably going to have the same result, but we should probably check it out anyways. Invitado. Okay, so the guest account actually has access to something. So they have access to this netlogon2 share. And there's also this PDF Pro virtual printer share as well. What does it say here? Soy hacker something something. I should probably translate that. Okay, Google Translate, do your thing. I'm a hacker and I fix printers. Alright, great. Soy hacker y arreglo impresoras. Alright. So next, what can we do? We should probably try to access this netlogon2 share. So we can just use SMB client as the invitado user. Invitado. And that's the netlogon2. Okay, let's go ahead and log into this file share, oruho.txt. Let's get this thing. Okay. So this looks like a password. First of all, let me see if there's some sort of meaning to this word. When you said, "Okay, Google, do your thing," it made my phone go off. I'm sorry I hacked you. I hacked you by mistake. This is, it's just what hackers do, I'm sorry. Anyways, let's figure out if this does this mean anything? Paracodello. This doesn't. I don't know if this means anything. If you're a Spanish speaker and you can translate what this might mean, let us know in the chat. Thank you. Okay, so we can do a password spray using this password right here. So I don't know what Arujo means. Let's check it out. Arujo? Pomas. Is this some sort of... What is a pomas? The pulpy residue remaining after fruit has been crushed in order to extract its juice. Okay. Well, you know, you live and you learn. You do hacking exercises and you learn Spanish. That's what you do. Okay, let's do our password spray. So we're going to run netexec. We're going to use the users.txt list. But for the password, we're going to provide this one right here that we captured from the file share. Okay, we found somebody. Oh, there was a user named Arujo. Okay, awesome. All right, so we can take this combination right here. We need to confirm that this is a correct credential pair. Arujo. And then what we need to do is we need to check if they have... So this is valid for SMB. Let's check if they have WinRM access. Ronan says, Perico de los Palotes is a Spanish idiom referring to a generic or unremarkable person similar to John Doe in English. Thank you very much, Ronan1. Thank you. We live, we learn. This was from the AI. Oh, Ronan, I thought you were a Spanish speaker for a second there. Are you a Spanish speaker? If you are, let us know. But yeah. All right, so we don't have WinRM access. We do have SMB access. So since we have SMB access, let's try to... Let's see if this user has any additional shares that are available to them. Okay, so they can read the Pacharan file share. So let's go ahead and access that. Here. Let me copy this password. And we're accessing the Pacharan. And we're using the what is it, Arujo? Okay, paste in the password. What do we have? Ah.txt. Okay, let's get that. More passwords. More passwords. So more passwords. Okay. So let's keep track of these credentials. I'm going to start storing some in a file called creds.txt. Okay. It's good to stay organized as best you can while you're doing these challenges. We could probably do a brute force attack. So we're gonna do a brute force attack against all the users inside of the users.txt file. So this is called ah.txt. This file with all the passwords in it. The users, we're going to use users.txt. Okay. Okay, it found it for that user that we don't care about, so we're just going to do continue on success. Okay, so we didn't find anything. Wait, we found it. We found it. We found it for the whiskey user. So this is the whiskey user's password. Okay. So that means that the brute force attack was successful. Great. We didn't find any other password sets, did we? Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, so let's record this. So creds.txt, let's record this one as well. And then, first of all, we should probably confirm that this is a valid credential pair. So we'll try when you're dealing with programs, usernames with special characters, passwords with special characters, you have to encase it in quotes. If you don't encase this in quotes, then the program might give you some sort of error, or it might interpret the characters in an unexpected way. So if there are special characters inside of your password or your username, you have to encase it in quotes. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so this is valid for SMB. Let's see if they have WinRM access. So they do not have WinRM access. So let's check and see if this user has access to additional shares, additional file shares on the system. Okay, so they have access to they have access to the PDF Pro virtual printer. So that means, what does that mean? They have write access to the, well, I mean, it probably means they also have read access, right? PDF Pro virtual printer. I wonder if there are any known exploits for this particular piece of software. Let me search for that. Okay. How about virtual printer in general? Nope. Okay. Worth a shot. Where are we? Okay, let's try accessing that share as the whiskey user. So whiskey, the name of the share is this. Oh, looks like my music stopped. Okay, let's play some more music. How about, if anybody has any suggestions for music, let us know. Let me take a look at my music playlists. How about some Shadowrun Returns? It's a great little RPG. Okay, so let's try to access this directory here. It says, what? Failure. Why? We have write access to this printer share. Maybe I need to encase this in quotes. No copyright liquid vocal drum and bass is always good hacking music. I've never heard that before, but I'll oh, okay, we need to encase this in quotes. Okay, let's try this password. Okay, we managed to access the share, but what can we run here? So this is new territory for me. I've never really accessed like a printer share before, so I'm not too sure what we would do to get elevated access on the system. Maybe we should ask the AI. Maybe the AI would know. We are pen testing. Wait, we were doing a CTF challenge on a Windows Active Directory machine, Windows AD machine, and we have write access to a printer share. How can we use this to leverage elevated access? Okay, we could use the print spooler, exploit print spooler service print nightmare. Okay, the print spooler service has been historically vulnerable to privilege escalation attacks such as print nightmare. You can exploit this vulnerability to execute arbitrary code as system. Check if the print spooler service is running. We cannot do this. If it's running, proceed. Upload a malicious DLL to the printer share. This DLL should contain your payload, reverse shell. Okay, use in a tool like Print Nightmare POC to trigger the vulnerability. Okay, so should we just assume that we have these privileges? You know what I think? I think that this this message right here, I'm a hacker and I fix printers, this should be a sign that this is the intended path, right? And there is the print nightmare vulnerability. We don't know if the print spooler is working. I assume it is, if they've got a virtual printer file share over here. So we might as well try one of these printer exploits. Okay, so use the printer share to plant a malicious file. If the print spooler service is patched or not exploitable, you can still use the write access to plant a malicious file that may be executed by an administrator or a service. Okay. Exploit print drivers, right? Upload a malicious print driver to the share. Use the printer share for lateral movement. If you have write access to the printer share, you can use it to move laterally within the network. Upload tools like Mimikatz, PSexec, or reverse shell. Execute the tools. I don't think we can execute any files with our write permission. Execute weak permissions on the share. I think the what we probably want to do is we want to try to use the print nightmare vulnerability. Okay, so if we want to use the print nightmare exploit, what permissions and conditions are required? Oh, it's thinking. Alright, so DeepSeek is probably timing out. Oh wait, it's not timing out. Okay, certain permissions and conditions must be met. Here's a breakdown. Write access to the printer share. You need the ability to upload files to the shared printer directory. Okay. Valid domain credentials. You need at least low privilege domain user account credentials to authenticate to the target system. Ability to interact with the print spooler service. The print spooler service must be running and accessible. Required conditions: unpatched print spooler service. Okay, misconfigured to allow non-administrator users to install print drivers. Print spooler service is running. The print spooler service must be active on the target machine. If the service is stopped, you cannot exploit the vulnerability. Network access to the target. You must be able to communicate with the target over the network, typically via SMB port 445. Ability to upload a malicious DLL. You need to be able to write a malicious DLL to the printer share. Okay. Exploit steps. Upload the share. Trigger the exploit. Okay, so let's look this up. So Print Nightmare, GitHub. Okay, tested on a fully patched 2019 domain controller. Execute malicious DLLs remotely or locally. This looks good. What do we need to do? Before running the exploit, you need to install my version of Impacket, and after that, you're Gucci. This seems a bit suspicious if they want us to use their version of Impacket. Maybe we can find an exploit that looks a little bit less suspicious. Here's John Hammond's version. So John Hammond is a trusted cybersecurity dude. Let's see if they've got a better one. Okay, so Print Nightmare LPE PowerShell. So it looks like we have to run this one locally. So this isn't going to work for us. Okay, let's find another version of the exploit. Or maybe we can just ask DeepSeek. Where can we access the version of the malicious DLL that you mentioned? Man, DeepSeek is pretty slow. Well, we'll just leave it running over here. Let's see if we can find some other stuff. Actually, you know what? The Sploit probably has a version that might work here. So let's go ahead and search for Print Nightmare. Okay, let's go ahead and try this thing. Okay, so file name to share, default random. Folder name to share, default random. Our hosts, the remote host, okay. Share. The password for the specified username, the username to authenticate as. Okay, we can supply this stuff. The local host or network interface to listen on. This must be an address on the local machine, or 000 to listen on all. Okay. Set. What do you mean to do? Set server host to ETH1. Whoops. Okay, after this, we need to supply the L host and the L port. Set L host TH1. Set L port. I like to use 443. we need to specify a share, right? And an SMB pass and user. Okay. Set SMB pass SMB user. Set SMB user to this one. Set SMB pass to this one. What else do we need to supply? Which one is going to be the heck. Okay. What about the target? Do we need to set the target? Show targets. There's only one target, it's Windows. Alright, run the thing. Failed to validate R hosts. Oh, sorry, we didn't set the R hosts. Okay. So the R host is gonna be this one. Okay, so let's see. It says target is vulnerable. I wonder if NetExec has a module for Print Nightmare. I should probably check. So NetExec has a wiki, and the NetExec wiki has a bunch of information about NetExec. Let's see if it has information about the Print Nightmare module. There you go. Oh, you know it does. Okay. So, and I guess we don't need to have any credentials to test for Print Nightmare. Let me give this a go. We sure are learning a lot about Windows hacking stuff. Okay, let's check for Print Nightmare. So first of all, let's try checking as without credentials and see if we can actually do this check without credentials. It says access denied. Okay. Let's try with our credentials here. Okay. So this is something we can check using NetExec. This is something we should really put in our notes. We can check for this common exploitation method. Okay, so next step is to use the GitHub over here. Cool. Let's copy that. Okay. There's ads in progress on Twitch right now, so let's go ahead and stop and have a little break. Everybody, please enjoy the birds over here, and on YouTube, please enjoy the ad break over here. Wonder why Metasploit didn't work. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna take a little break to grab some water. I'll be right back. Just enjoy the birds. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back, and the ads are over. Ronan says, wonder why the Metasploit didn't work. There's probably something in the settings that I didn't get right. I'm gonna try to see if this GitHub repository has gives me some better luck. Let's go ahead and take a look here. This is it, right? Yeah, this is right. This is it. So Python implementation for Print Nightmare using standard impacket. Great. So we've got impacket here. Examples, exploitation, remote DLL. So we need to supply user and password, local DLL. So I probably want to use remote DLL because we don't have local access. Custom name. What is it? What does custom name mean in this case? Check if the target is vulnerable. Okay. So first of all, I should probably want to clone this GitHub repository so we can start playing around with it. So I'm going to just copy this, and then I'm going to git clone over here. Git clone this thing. Go into Print Nightmare. Okay. We got printnightmare.py. So it's Python printnightmare.py and then some arguments. So what do we need to do? So check if target is vulnerable. Okay, so this is the syntax right here. Let's go ahead and try this out. So this is the whiskey user, and the password is going to be this. Oh, I need to... Okay. And then we need to supply the IP address. IP address is... At least I hope it's this. The attempted logon is invalid. Huh. Hold on. How about we try... this. That is... these are the credentials, right? Yeah. I wonder why the command isn't going through. Everything looks all right. So here it says logon failure. Here it says access denied. I need to make sure that I have the correct IP address. how about this? Ah, jeez. Sometimes when you have special characters in your commands, it can be a little tricky setting the stuff up. But you want to make sure that the stuff is quoted out correctly, otherwise the commands aren't going to go through. But we managed to get it working like this, but it was kind of weird. Next thing we need to do, so we see that the target is vulnerable and we can use this script. The next thing we need to do is figure out how to do the exploit. So, custom name local DLL, remote DLL. So I think this is what we want to do. So we have to, we need to stand up an SMB server on our attacker box. Okay, we can do that. Actually, let's try a couple more terminals here. So let's do in-packet SMB server. This is going to create an SMB server on our attacker system. I think it uses port 445. I'm not completely sure, but the name of the share is going to be the A share, and it's going to create it in this current directory here. So let's go ahead and start up the SMB server. Okay, I think it's working now. So we need to create the malicious DLL. Let me copy this command over here so I can use it later. What do we want to do? So this is the printnightmare.py file. It's also the readme.md file. Let me take a look at the readme.md file. It should be the same one as the one online. Okay, we've got the path to the DLL, remote DLL, add user.dll. Do we need to... What do we use to create the DLL? The local DLL example doesn't abuse to copy over the DLL. Delete printer driver. So does this mean... Does this mean we have to use something like... We have to use MSF Venom. Windows add user. So Windows add user format DLL. Was it? We're just going to call it add user.dll. Okay, so Windows add user. We're going to create a HackerFrog user with the password HackerFrog ! Like this. Okay. Let's go ahead and create the malicious DLL file. Okay. So our malicious DLL file is here. So what do we need to do next? We need to do what is the command? Kind of looks like this. Okay. So here we have to supply our IP address. Add user.dll. Okay. Gotta get rid of this. I need to edit the name of the add user.dll. Okay. Now that everything's named correctly, let's go ahead and give this command. File not found. The system cannot find the file specified. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we got a connection. So I'm not too sure why that didn't copy successfully. Add users.dll. Let's check over here. Oh, I misspelled this. Okay, so I mean it worked, but it didn't go off correctly. Hold on, let me... I'm not an... Oh, you're right! No, I mean... It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter here. In this case, it shouldn't matter. This is just telling it where to find it. The actual SMB share is here. Let's see. Let's rename that file one more time. Add user.dll. It could be that the file names are hard coded. Okay, let's try that one more time. Yeah, it worked. It worked this time. Copying over DLL. Successfully copied over DLL. Trying to load DLL. Got unexpected error trying to load DLL. Machine type mismatch. This version of something is not compatible with the versions of Windows that you're running. Okay, so it could be that the file that I created with MSF Venom it wasn't the correct type. So maybe I need to So it should be Windows add user. Hold on. Maybe I can search for this. So add user. Okay. So readme.txt. Let's copy all this. Ronan says, print nightmare. Okay, hacker recipes. Let me take a look at this, the article. Thank you, Ronan. Print nightmare refers to an RCE vulnerability. Okay. Generate a DLL payload with MSF venom. Okay, so I should be using MSF venom, but what is the... okay. Create a DLL payload reverse shell in this example. So we could try a reverse shell instead, and that's probably, I mean, that's much more convenient than creating a user. Let's try this version. We don't need this output. Actually, we do need the output. The output is going to be reverse.dll, I guess. We could just call this add user instead. Because, you know. Alright, Windows 64 shell reverse localhost equals what? lhost equals this. Local port equals this. Okay, so I mean the problem with using a reverse shell payload is that a lot of Windows antivirus is going to pick up stuff like this and it's going to delete it as soon as it detects it. So there's a chance that this isn't going to work. If it doesn't work, then we have to go back to using the add user method, because add user is less likely to be flagged as malicious. But let's try this. Okay, this didn't work. Let's try... let's try the add user. But is there a different version of add user that's mentioned over here? Okay, so it says oh right, my netcat. You're right. I didn't set up the reverse shell. I should probably set up a reverse shell here and then try it again. You know what? When you're right, you are right. Status object name not found. The object name is not found. So this might be because the file was deleted. So I've got my my reverse shell listener over here, but it's not. Yeah, that's probably because the file was deleted. Okay. You can ask ChatGPT for simple C to add user run command. Add user run command. So I'll try... Actually, there's another challenge where... There was another challenge where I had to create a user as well. Let me see if I can get that C code. Which challenge was it for? Let me look at my notes. I'm pretty sure I edited that video pretty recently as well. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, it was the Nessus challenge. Hold on. Okay. I've got some code. I'm gonna call this add user.c. And let's see. So HackerFrogs. Okay, so what the so this is some C++. I think this is C code. No, this is C++ code. And what we're doing with the code is we're basically creating a user. It's going to be, the name of the user is going to be HackerFrogs. The password for the user is going to be like subscribe. And we're going to add this user to the administrators group, and then the remote management group, and then the remote desktop group. Okay, so that's the code. Let's go ahead and compile it. So it's going to be add user.c, and we're going to create a DLL called add user.ell. Okay. All right, from here, let's try to use the print nightmare script again. It still says that the object name is not found. This is a DLL file, okay. It is in the temp directory. My SMB file share is running in the temp directory. The object name is not found. You know what? Just because you get an error message doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't work. So let's try using netexec to see if the user was actually created. So the user's name was HackerFrogs, and the password was like subscribe. It was created as a guest. Wait. Does this... It was created as a guest? Was it Can we give any name and it'll count as a guest? Test. Yeah, no, you can use any name. Some server, Furnosec has it, yeah. Okay, so some servers return any failed authorization as guest instead of invalid. That's good to know. Thank you, Furnosec. Ronan says, can you transfer the DLL with some other tool? Well, I mean, we can transfer the DLL by just using. We can transfer the DLL by just using SMB client. So we can SMB client into this share right here. Let me get the password. What is their password? This is it. What? Tree Connect failed, NT access denied. Denied? Did I lock out this account? No, I didn't lock out the account. Let's see. Furnosec asks, are you running the SMB server with SMB2 support? I am. So if you take a look over here, I'm running my in-packet server, SMB server with SMB2 support. And I have been able to get connections from the machine. Music too loud. Okay, let me turn down the music. Let me know if that music is okay. Tommy, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Tommy. And let's do... This is a new redeem over here. And let me know if you've seen this before. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm getting connections. Okay, we can tear it down. We can do debug. Saw it last stream. Okay, great. Okay. We're just trying to get Print Nightmare working on this box. So we're doing Print Nightmare, add user.dll. We're trying to upload this and execute it. The object name is not found. Right. We were also trying to figure out if we could log into SMB client, because we have logged into SMB client before to this particular file share, but for some reason we're not able to access the file share anymore. We've got an ad running on Twitch, so we're just going to run another little ad on YouTube as well. Here you go. And I'm also going to play some bird video. Not for very long. I'm just going to take a little drink and then we'll continue. Okay, let's get on with it. What you got planted back there? Well, I mean, that footage was from a couple of years ago, so whatever is planted back there is probably not planted back there anymore. But Tommy, how are you doing, man? Are you Let's see. Have you finished all of your? You've still got like exams, right? Do you have exams like long-term projects you need to finish up before your graduation? Fernosec, we're free. Yeah. Fernosec, if you have done like attacks against with the Print Nightmare attack, let us know, because we're having a heck of a time trying to get Print Nightmare to work on this. Let's see. Tommy says they're still struggling with the SQL class. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're dealing with some sophisticated SQL queries. Certainly more sophisticated than I've ever done. Once I pass this course in cryptography, I just have Linux, Python, CYSA, and Capstone. Fernosex, I haven't particularly done Print Nightmare, but I've done a lot of AD stuff. Severed Prince, hey man, how's it going? Hello, Severed Prince, nice to see you here. What's the impact at debug output look like? Let's see. Severed Prince, I think are you new here? Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet redeem, just for being you.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so call back for this. Let's try running the exploit where we try to download the thing. Status object name not found. The object name is not found. Go back here. Oh, it's not. I think the credentials aren't working anymore. Let's check. Wait, why can't I enumerate shares? Unrecognized arguments shares. That normally works. Why is... Oh, it's WinRM, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, WinRM. Yeah, you're right. It's because it's WinRM. I don't have write access to this anymore. I had write access to this before. But for some reason the write access is not... This user account used to have write access to the virtual printer. You know what? I think I'm going to reset the box. Something must have screwed up. So I'm going to reset the box. I'm going to try again. Because I lost, for some reason, the write access for the user went kaput. And I'm not sure why. Okay, I'm just going to reset the box. We're going to see if we can get this going. Shared boxes can be so annoying. Well, the good thing about not sharing boxes is that you can reset whenever you want. So I'm running the box locally, so that's why I don't have to worry about anybody else being upset that I'm resetting the box. Okay, just need to wait a couple of minutes for the machine to come back online again, and then we'll see if we can enumerate our shares. This music is very repetitive. Let's see if we can get some music from another game that I really like. How about Dungeon of the Endless OST? Whoops. Okay, let's try this one. This has got some pretty good music too. Tommy C06 says, hack the box, hack the box. Ferno6 says, okay, I thought it might have been a different user's interaction that changed the permissions, but I guess it's just Windows being Windows. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just restarting the computer right now, and then we'll see if... Tommy says, Sonic the Hedgehog soundtrack. Yeah, we could try the Sonic the Hedgehog soundtrack. Hold on, let me pull that up. It's pretty old music, so I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble with YouTube. let's see, Sonic the Hedgehog OST, great. How about this one? Oh man, this is so nostalgic. There you go. Let's, the box is still booting up. So for a sec, if you weren't watching before, we started this box about an hour ago, and the first thing we did was we checked for zero logon, and there was zero logon, so we decided to exploit zero logon to dump out all of the domain user shares. No, the domain user password hashes. And then we waltzed in with the administrator user's password hash and rooted the system. But I suspect that wasn't the intended path. So we're doing this again, and this time we discovered Print Nightmare, and maybe we can get it done using Print Nightmare as well. But aside from that, man, it's still going. Let's see if we can contact the box with Nmap. Okay, so it is going. We do these. We can find the ports. Great. Okay. Let's go back to NetExec and let's... I mean, the box name seems to suggest one of the potato exploits. No, this isn't the potato salad box. This is the Pacharan box, and I misspelled the thing. Let me go ahead and correct the spelling on that. Just a second. So this one is called Pacharan, and apparently Pacharan is a type of Spanish liquor. Okay, let's see if we can get their shares now. Yeah, now we have the right access. Now we have right access. Before, we lost right access for some reason. Okay, so we can log in with SMB client, and then we can manually put the printer, the malicious DLL in place. So put add user.dll. Okay, so it says we managed to put it there. We're just gonna get out of here. We can't read this. We only have write access. So let's go ahead and see if we can trigger the exploit. So over here, we can try the local one, right? Here, local DLL. Okay, so in this case, we need to specify exactly where on the system the DLL is. But we don't know where it is. Custom name. What does it mean by custom name? Does custom name mean the driver name? Oh. The driver path? Does the remote DLL still not work after reboot? Let me try that out. Okay, this should work. Copying over DLL, successfully copied over DLL. Trying to load DLL, successfully loaded DLL. And we've got the path. Okay, so we created the add user DLL. It adds the HackerFrogs user. So let's see if the HackerFrogs user was added. Well, I mean, we need to confirm this, but thank you for the vote of confidence there, Renan. It says that the account is a guest account. That's troubling. Okay, let me take a look at what was in my... So we're using this HackerFrogs like subscribe. This should be the username and the password. It looks like the it says it's a guest user. Can you do and check if your DLL is loaded? Print nightmare list. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if that's a function, but okay, so we know that this is the location of the adduser.dll in 364.3 old 1. So this is... It should run... Oh, you know, we might need to reset the box to get it to run. Okay, I'm gonna try resetting the box one more time, and then we'll see if the power off the machine, and then I'll power on the machine again. It might take the it might only happen when the box is reset. In which case, we have to wait. Okay, so over here, this is the challenge that we're looking at right now. You know, okay. I'm gonna recommend I recommend this website. I think it's pretty cool because it's got one category of CTF blocks that I don't see much on very many other services, and it's this category right here. So this is the pivoting category. This is a category where you move from different servers. You move around to different servers and you do pivoting. This isn't something I see on. I especially don't see it for free. There's some websites that let you have access to these kind of labs, but you have to pay for them. But they've got a number of these pivoting exercises, and I've been taking a look at this one over here called Happy Jump, and I've managed to pivot 3 layers deep so far. But I think with a little more time, I should be able to finish this exercise. But you don't have very many exercises where you're able to practice pivoting and port forwarding and other stuff like that. It is pretty fun. If anybody's interested, you can take a look at this page over here. Okay. Looks like the machine is still loading up. Let's see if we can contact it. Okay, so it's working. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can access it with NetExec. So it looks like it looks like it didn't go through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try creating a new file. So the new file is going to use MSF Venom. Where'd you find the source code for the DLL? So the DLL source code I found it from when I was doing another challenge. It was the Nessus challenge, but I'm pretty sure that if the Nessus challenge, I mean, it did manage to load, and it wasn't deleted, so I don't know. Okay, so let's try this one. So this one is MSF Venom. This is more likely to get picked up by antivirus than the other one. It doesn't meet complexity requirements and may cause issues. Okay, so let's try another password. So how about... How about this? Any chance you can put a link to the code in chat? Yeah, sure I can. Let me go ahead. Let me look that up. Hack my VM. What's it called? Hold on. It was in one of the write-ups. Hackmyvm.new. It was in the write-up for the Nessus box. Okay, so we've got one for... Let's see, this was in English. Okay, so this is the this is the code right here. Actually, I'll just link you the article. There's the article. The code is... You can probably just do a search for this, and you should be able to get the section with the code on the page. No platform was selected, choosing platform Windows from the payload. No arch was selected, selecting arch. Okay, so do I need to specify an architecture? In which case... do I just do it like this? No platform was selected. The selected arch is incompatible with the payload. Got MSFNM. Let me check. MSFNM. Add user Windows X64. Okay, here's a cheat sheet. Maybe I can just add user DLL print nightmare. Okay, maybe I should stop messing around with this stuff and I should just use the exploit. Tommy says I should stream me learning SQL. Yeah. If you stream, I'll give you a watch. I'd watch. Why not? Okay, so let's try Metasploit. So, oh, I shouldn't say that. Oh man, I hope I don't get demonetized now that I said the forbidden word. Get zucked. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Listen, guys. I'm really sorry for saying the word, for saying the forbidden word. Okay, let's see if I can use the exploit. Okay. Okay. What should I call it? Yeah, they really banned it. I'm pretty sure I got demonetized for saying that word on one of my previous live streams. Anyways, okay, what do I need for this, for the module? I need to set an L host. Okay. Actually, wait. I can't set another payload. Show payloads. So is there a payload for add user? Show payloads. They only have... Ronan says, DLL process attach in your DLL runs your commands when the process attach, so you don't need the exe to run them. Okay. Man, all these payloads. Why isn't there a make user payload? Well, okay, I'll try this reverse. I'll try the reverse shell payload, but I don't think it's going to work. So set lhost, set lport. Okay. Service port. Server port, the port to listen on, okay. Server hosts. Let's try... Okay. We need to set the SMB user and the SMB pass. The SMB pass is... oh, what is it? This one. We've got more ads running on Twitch right now. Okay, here is an ad for YouTube people, and let's watch the birds. I'm running out of bird videos. I don't usually. How about? Ooh, how about this one? This was a good one. Okay, I'm just gonna have a little drink. Just a second. Okay, just gotta remember what I was doing before the break. This bird's bullying the other bird. The other bird is very, very sad. Ronan says, not sure why I don't see ads on Twitch and not on YouTube. Ronan, you don't see ads on Twitch and you also don't see ads on YouTube? That sounds like you should be seeing ads on Twitch at the very least, even if they demonetize me on YouTube. Okay, so you saw... Oh, you've seen them on YouTube, but you haven't seen them on Twitch. What were we doing? Oh, we were copying over this this password, right? Okay. So let's copy over the password here. When you opened it, yes, but not again. Wait. Is anybody watching on YouTube right now? Let me know if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, type in chat, and I'll try playing an ad and see if it actually shows up. Okay, we got the SMB pass, the SMB user. I think we need to set the share as well. Okay. Set share. Hashcat says that you don't see ads on Twitch, but maybe because well, if you're a Prime member, you're not going to see ads on any channels, right? I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. Okay, so I need to get the name of the share. So the name of the share is this one right here. So we're going to set the share to this thing. No, it's not valid option. What? Cannot contain spaces or slashes. Oh, okay. Tommy says, can I be a mod when this channel blows up and become famous? Potentially, sure, why not? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Anyways, let's try running this. Oh, we need to set the rhost. Set rhosts to, I don't even remember, this thing, right? With, yeah, it's just 69. Server host option must be set to a writable IP address. Set server host eth1. The address is already in use or unavailable. Oh, 445. Right, okay. My SMB share is up, so I should probably shut down my SMB share before I do this again. Target is vulnerable. Received bad net name, implying the target is vulnerable. Okay. The named pipe connection was broken, reconnecting. Successfully reconnected on the named pipe. Exploit completed, but no session was created. So my big question is, why is this not working? So this could not be working because... Hold on. I'm just going to check my YouTube, and hopefully they didn't demonetize me in the middle of my stream. Just need to take a look at my YouTube studio. Oh, monetization is still on. Thank God. Okay. So yeah. Specified named pipe is in closed state. Okay, now it's not... Well, I mean, I guess I've been messing around with the server too long. So that's why... And I'm pretty sure if I go over to netexec... I'm not gonna have write access to this again. So the write access has turned off for this again. So I'm gonna have to reset the box one more time. Not a fan of this. Okay. Reset the box again. Thank you very much for following Attack Draco. Attack Draco? Attack Draco 23. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. And why don't you have one of these? It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Did anybody watch that movie in theaters? I think it came out in 1993 or something like that. So if you were watching it in theaters, you're probably really old. Actually, let me look that up real quick. Jurassic Park. '93 film, yeah. That was a long time ago, my friends. Okay. So I think this thing is borked. Because even though I reset the box, my user doesn't have read access or write access to the printer share. Oh no, now they do. Now they do. Okay, let's go ahead and do that that module. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Print Nightmare is the intended path, but I can't get the darn exploit to work, which is kind of disappointing. We've tried a couple of different ways. We've tried a couple of different malicious DLLs, but we weren't able to get the thing working. If anybody has any suggestions, please let us know. Actually, maybe we can show advanced here. If we could somehow get the module to perform some sort of add user function, that would be great. Show info. Okay, we've got all this stuff over here. Okay. You have two options in the hacker recipes. Okay, let me take a look at that article again. I'm pretty sure, did I overwrite it? Where did I put that article? Python and C. Okay, thank you for the link again, Ronan. Let me So Python and C, right? C. Python. Okay, practice Unix-like or Windows. For Unix-like systems, the attack can be conducted as follows. Generate a DLL payload with MSF Venom. They don't... So this is what they say. No, this is a reverse shell. Create a DLL payload. I'm pretty sure the DLL payloads aren't going to get through. Let me look something up. So MSF Venom, add user payload 64-bit Windows. Did the DLL delete? Let's check. It's still here. It's still here. I should probably check to see if the user was created. I don't think it was. This is still comes up back as it's a guest user, so it was not. Okay, let's try creating. The Windows add user. Okay, so we've got another malicious DLL here, and let's see if this one works. So this one should add a user called HackerFrog with the password this thing right here. Let's go ahead and try uploading it now. Okay, copying over DLL. Trying to load DLL, successfully loaded DLL. So we got the connection over here. Let's see if the user was created. Okay, so it looks like these add user payloads are not working. Wait, is this command right here to set the user and the password? Do we specify the user and the password in this? Okay, let me try something. Access denied. A process has requested access to the objects about to react to that. That's right. Okay. Is it because... So we do need these are the credentials, right? These are the credentials we need to supply the user that has access to... right access to that file share. Let me check that we still have access to the file share. We still have access to the file share. Copy over DL, successfully copied over the DL. Trying to load the DL, successfully loaded the DL. Okay, so let's try... I don't know what to try next. The problem is that the GitHub repository here doesn't tell us how we create the adduser.dll. Let me look over the documentation. So to install the... You know what? I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna feed it to the AI. Maybe the AI can help me. Okay. According to this article, how do we create the adduser.dll file? Okay, you need to compile a DLL that contains the code to add a new user to the system. Below are steps to create such a DLL. Write the code to add a user. The DLL should contain code that executes a command to add a new user to the system. Here's an example in C. Okay. This code adds a new user named hacker with the password. Okay. Adds the user to the administrators group. Compile the DLL. Use the print nightmare exploit. Host the DLL on an SMB share? Sure. There's one problem. I really want to add the... I think we can add... Let me grab this this code. We'll try it out. Oh, you know what? There's one thing that that the code that I was using was not Hold on. That should have been a C++ file. This is C++ code. Is this C code or C++ code? It's C code, not C++ code. Okay, that makes sense because I don't know very much about C++. Anyways, let's grab that code and then let's try compiling that addusers.c file. Okay, let's delete everything here. Okay, I'm gonna add one more thing to this file. It's gonna be net user net local group. And what was it for remote management? Oops, just like this. Okay. Let's compile this thing. Okay, so we've got the new adduser.dll file. Let's go ahead and run the command. Ooh, this didn't work. Status pipe broken. Hold on. We might need to reset the box again. Yeah, okay. Let's reset the box again. If this were an actual pen testing environment or an actual job, I would have gotten fired a long time ago because I've been bringing everybody's servers offline over and over again. Let's start the machine up again. But the great thing is that we're in an educational environment where we don't have to worry about we don't need to worry about resetting boxes over and over again. Okay, so we don't have Pieka asks, how don't you get tired? I'm very tired. I'm both tired and hungry right now, but I'm gonna try to power through until this is done, and hopefully 4 hours of grind. Yep, I am tired. I am tired. Okay, so we've got the let's see if we can get this thing uploaded. So trying to successfully copied over the DLL, trying to load the DLL, successfully loaded the DLL. Okay, so if it's successfully loaded, I got the warrior's heart. Yeah, sure. Let's call it that. You know what? I need more memes. As long as I've got my memes, I'm okay. So hack the planet, everybody.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get
Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can log in as that new user. And the new user is going to be hacker. And the password is going to be this one. Okay. Okay, so we were able to... We're very, very close. No! What are we... Pieka, what are you trying to redeem? Are you trying to redeem... Are you trying to redeem, Desert Frog? Like this? Okay, so we managed to... I think we managed to add this user. The problem is I don't think... We added the user, but we didn't... It didn't add them to the administrator group. Mikey-O says, "What happened to that little guy?" Well, that's a desert frog. If you want to look up the desert frog, it's probably the cutest frog in the world. Just in case you were wondering. Bioris Mojika Ben, hello, nice to see you here. We got ads running on everybody on YouTube. Do you see these ads? If I run this ad, will you see it? Let me know if you see an ad. If you see an ad, let me know. If you do not see an ad, please let me know. People on YouTube. Thank you. Pieka says, "I use an ad blocker, so you're not going to see one." Is anybody here on YouTube not using an ad blocker? No ads. I'll disable it. Just a second. Mikey-O says, "No ads." Huh. That's weird. I've got a button that says insert ad, but does it not work? Okay, okay, the ad is coming in again. Let me know if you see an ad. Because if I push the button and no ads appear, then what the heck am I doing? Let's see, I'm using the YouTube app currently. I usually use the Brave browser for no ads. Okay, so Mikey-O says they saw the ads. Great, great, great. Okay, but a lot of people are using ad blockers. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry if you're using an ad blocker. It's just that Adrian Balquinta says hello. Hello, Adrian Balquinta. How are you doing? We're just doing some Windows hacking right now, and we're trying to figure out why our Windows hacking stuff is not working. And Adrian says, "Yes, an ad just came up for me." Okay, okay. All right, everybody. I think we might be calling it on this stream, but we had a heck of a time trying to get Print Nightmare working. But maybe I'll look up what needs to be done after the stream is over. But in the meantime, let's see if we can find some quality people to raid from the InfoSec Streams channel. Thank you very much for subscribing. Hey, Concert Musica. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you very much. And why don't you have a premium Devil's Bedroom just for you.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
You know, sometimes those firewalls have more... Those Devil's Bedrooms, those servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Anyways, let's see if we can... Man, there's no InfoSec streamers on Twitch right now. Thank you very much for redeeming the Desert Frog, Piega. Thank you very much. Okay, but we'll be back on... what day is it today? Today is Wednesday. We're going to be back on Friday. It is amazing, isn't it? We're going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more hacking, more cryptography. We're going to be learning about classical ciphers in cryptography, if you come over to the stream for that. And we're going to be doing more challenges that we haven't seen before. So we might be banging our head against the wall yet again, trying to figure out some Windows hacking stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and set up a raid. We've got our good old friends at the Science stream, and when you arrive on that channel, please give this this raid message: frog, hip hop, hack, frog, just like this. There you go. And let's set up the raid. Everybody on YouTube, well, we'll be back on Friday. Have a great rest of the week. We'll see you then. Let's give a shout out to all the good chatters in here. So thank you very much to good chatters like Pieka and who else? Pieka and Adrian Balquinta. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mike EO and Ambios Mojica Ben. Thank you. And to our good friends on Twitch like Ronin and who else? Tommy and Hashcat and Furnosec. Thank you very much. Hack the planet, everybody. Alright, so we will see you next time on Friday. Have a great rest of the week. And hack the planet, everybody. But until next time, HackerFrogs out.